Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. I'm not hearing myself. There we go. Much better. I have a cat. Hello, cat. Yes, he's a very cuddly boy today, and he was that yesterday as well, actually. Wait. I just want to show you off. Oops. Are you stuck? Yes, you are. Sorry about that. Hello. Meow. Nope. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Hello, Blaze. It's been a while. It is so cold here. It is so damn cold. If you're wondering why I have a blanket here, because I don't have. I have a lot of T-shirts that I think are nice, but I don't have a lot of sweaters that I think is nice. So that's why I'm sit. I need to. I can't have this. What the? Did I spill earlier? I spilt on myself. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, I'm back. Oof. And immediately the hair is in a mess. Every goddamn time. Yeah, the cat was very cuddly yesterday. Very, very cuddly. So much so. Are you back for more? Do you want more? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. But I can't sit like that, so you have to come up here. So much so that he twice jumped up in bed as I was trying to sleep. And he marched across my girlfriend's body. Like, just put all his weight on 2 small feet on her hip. Why are you so... Why are you like this? Can we hear you purr? Can the audience get you to purr? Did you hear that? I heard it. I don't know if it caught on the... Hey, don't bite me. Don't you dare bite me. Whenever you don't do exactly what he wants, he will bite you. Like nibble a bit. He won't pierce the skin, but you will feel it. Huh? Every evening. Nope, not up there. You can't go up there. Every evening when you brush your teeth, he jumps up on the toilet and he wants you to brush him. He loves being brushed, but he wants this brush. Oh, he loves this brush. I have, my whole body is sore today. It's not because I did some workout yesterday. Or I did have a workout yesterday, but I didn't do it intentionally. Do you want to... Ooh, can you hear that? Do you want to do that again? Oh, sorry, I stopped. I was with my girlfriend's nephew, and oh, it is her. Awesome, great. I was with my girlfriend, her nephew, and the one of the nephew's mother, not my girlfriend's sister though, her partner, and again, that boy loves me, like he's obsessed with me, and we were at the mall in the neighboring town, and he would. I've been carrying a 10-pound weight for the entire day. I've been crouching to try and stop him from grabbing every single fucking thing in the stores. I have been negotiating with him to not steal products from the stores. So my knees are sore, my arms are sore, my chest is sore, the only thing not sore is my stomach, I guess. But yeah, that was like a 5-hour workout for me. Crazy. Anyway, okay, that's enough for you. You want to sit there? You can sit there if you want to. That's enough waffling about. When I say we, I mean the West is plunging into darkness. We are rapidly... Not yet. Stop it. Don't bite me. Harry, why are you... Stop it. Don't bite me. Like, the hair, the amount of hair that I'm getting. Oh. Let's do that over one more time, now that he's gone. Europe is quickly plunging into darkness. Ideologically. I don't think Russia is going to invade us. Absolutely not. That's good luck. You can't take the Q team. I don't mean to be disrespectful to the Ukrainian fighters. But compared to, let's say, Britain, compared to Germany, compared to Sweden. Come on. I mean, Sweden is like the C team. Or maybe even the D team of European military. We are not really up there in terms of our power. Except for our technology. Our technology is A tier. Sorry, it's S tier even. But beside that, Russia can't take the Q team, so why would they be able to take the A team? Or the B team, or the C team, or the D team, or any other team, you know? Can't be done. Won't happen. Fuck off. However, they have won ideologically. Pretty much already, maybe. Or at least it's going that way. We've seen far-right elections across the continent. Recently, was it Netherlands? Yeah, Dutch elections. Here, Geert Wilder, a far-right, I'd go so far as say neo-Nazi probably. Political career, reception, positions. Considerable reduction of taxes and state regulations, of course. Money has to be, not go where it's needed, but go to those who already have it. Replacement of the present Article 1 of the Dutch Constitution guaranteeing equality under the law by a clause stating a cultural dominance of the Christian, Jewish, and humanist traditions. He wants to replace guaranteed equality under law with a clause stating a cultural dominance of Christian, Jewish, and humanist traditions. We'll get to that, Blaze. Like he wants state-controlled culture. I don't know about you, but I don't like state-controlled culture. I think culture, A, needs to be free. B, should be against the hegemonic culture. Like, there is a point in being able to just wait. Why am I? Oh, right, I did something last time. Sorry about that. There's a point in having counterculture. That's the word I'm looking for. It's countercultural, and this demands a certain culture. Hate it. Reduction of the influence of the European Union. That, of course they do. Of course, the one good, like, I'm critical of certain aspects of the European Union, but as my deeply, deeply communist friend said at one point, I hate the European Union, but being outside of it is worse. Much, much worse. Which may no longer be expanded with new member states. Of course. So, especially Turkey, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Mm-hmm. The European Parliament would be abolished. Dutch financial contribution to the European Union would be reduced by billions of euros. A 5-year moratorium on the immigration of non-Western foreigners who intend to stay in the Netherlands. Foreign residents no longer would have the right to vote in municipal elections. We have this in Sweden as well, where non-citizens, permanent residents, non-citizen but permanent residents are allowed to, not permanent, temporary residents, I don't know, long-term residents at least, not tourists, are allowed to vote on local elections, which I can understand why you don't want to, but I also don't really see a reason why not, actually. It's a complicated issue, but if it had only been this, I wouldn't have minded as much. A 5-year moratorium on the founding of new mosques and Islamic schools. Fuck religious schools altogether if you gotta do this. A permanent ban on preaching in any language other than Dutch. So I'm guessing Catholic churches are no longer allowed to preach in Latin. Oh, sure. That's where the crackdown is going to be. Absolutely. Foreign imams would not be allowed to preach. Specifically, imams are not allowed to preach. Foreigners. But again, any other religion, foreign rabbis, foreign priests, foreign preachers. Is he really gonna demand a? I wonder if they have it. Evangelical churches with U.S. connections in Netherlands. Baptist mid-mission. Oh, does this mean, what are they called? The Mormons. Is there a Mormon church? Yeah, there's a Mormon church. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. They do never have foreign preachers there. No. They are missionaries, you know. They are not preachers. Big difference. Radical mosques will be closed. Again, hyper focusing on the Muslim part here, on the Islamic part here, and radical Muslims would be expelled. Restoration of define radical Muslim. They never do. Restoration of educational standards with an emphasis on the educational value of the family. Was that too loud? It might have been too loud. Introduction of binding referendums and elected mayors, chief of police, and prime ministers. Wait, They elect chiefs of police? That's fucking stupid. Oh no, they want to introduce elected mayors, chiefs of police, and prime ministers. They want to have... Oh my god. Oh, it's just the Americanization of politics here. The worst system ever. Did you know, and I've learned this from the book that I'm still fucking reading, that I need to finish, parliamentary systems far, 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 far better. Did you know that? It's crazy, right? Like, it's crazy. No. The American-styled elections are horrible for democracies. Horrible. Why would you elect a chief of police? That's a job, not a political position. You don't want to have people off the street with far-right views being able to become chiefs of police without being able to be fired. Like, it's madness. Prime Minister, I can make a case for, but again, why? Elect the party, and the party has a lead, elects the leader. It's stupid. Introduction of minimum criminal penalties and higher maximum penalties, of course. Introduction of administrative detention for terror suspects. Street terrorism would be... Street terrorism? Rioting? Protesting? Perhaps. Would be punished by boot camps and denaturalization and deportation of immigrant offenders. Denaturalization. We'll come back to this, actually. Restoration of respect and better compensation for teachers. Restoration of respect? How do you do that? Again, forced culture, top down. And better compensation for teachers, that's fine. Policemen, maybe. It depends on what you pay them today, I guess. It could be if you pay them too little, corruption would become a problem, perhaps. Healthcare workers, absolutely, and military personnel, maybe. Instead of it depends. Let's say, instead of complicated reorganization, a more accessible and humane healthcare system, especially for elderly citizens. Considering all this, especially this, how the fuck are you gonna do this? What does instead of complicated reorganization, a more accessible and humane healthcare system? What does this mean, a more accessible? One could make the argument, and I'm guessing this guy does, that an accessible healthcare system is a private healthcare system. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. Views on Russia. 2016, Wilder described Putin as a true patriot. A true patriot. 2017, he said there was hysterical Russophobia in the Dutch government that he wanted to counter. In 2018, 4 years after Russia's annexation of Crimea, Wilder traveled to Moscow and met with senior Russian officials in the Duma. His trip sparked sharp criticism among relatives of Dutch victims. Oh my god, it was a Dutch airplane even. Oh my god, it was the Dutch airplane. Who accused him of disregarding Moscow's involvement in the tragedy. On February 2018, Wilder tweeted, Russian Moscow Duma, stop the Russophobia, it's time for realpolitik. Partnership instead of enmity. This is, what's his name? Oh, sorry, wrong. What's the guy's name? Mao Zedong? Never mind. Whatever. The Russian bot thinker. In 2022, Wilders and the PVV verbally condemned the Russian invasion. Oh, congratulations. Just took you a while. Although in 2023, of course, Wilder argued against Ukraine defense aid. Wilders and PVV backed an unsuccessful motion to declare not Dutch neutrality in February 2022 and to end sanctions on Russia in June 2022. Like, don't do this, but whatever, you know? Stop it. In March 2022, Wilder tweeted, "I have sympathy for the Ukrainians, but I have been elected by the 1 million Dutch people who have voted for me. And the 1 million Dutch people do not care about this." According to the PVV electoral manifesto, the Russian aggression has unlawfully invaded Ukraine. Bare minimum, congratulations. But we do not send our money and defense equipment such as F-16s to Ukraine, but keep it for our own armed forces. Why? Is Russia gonna invade you? Like, I can understand Finland, I can understand the Baltics, I can understand us, Sweden. I can understand anyone close to Russia saying, we actually need this for ourselves in case of. But there's quite a few countries between you and Russia at the moment, okay? At the moment. Documents leaked by Ukrainian hackers in October 2023 purported to show attempts by the Kremlin to cultivate connections with members of PVV. Attempts? Sure. I mean, if you travel to Moscow, you know, if you travel to Moscow and go, oh, we need to stop this, then sure, there are attempts. I'd go so far as call them successful attempts, perhaps. Is there anything more that could be interesting here in Germany? Blah. Oh, do you think he would have opposed the US sending weapons to the UK? Of course, during World War II, of course he wouldn't. Of course not. He'd go, oh, no, that's against Hitler. Of course we need to stop Hitler. But against Putin? What is this? At the ensuing press conference, he called the Islamic prophet Muhammad a barbarian, a mass murderer, and a pedophile. I mean, true. But okay, and referred to Islam as a fascist ideology, and was like, whatever. I don't have to go into this. You can read into any religious text however you want. That was violent, dangerous, and retarded. He had a gamer moment. My dude. Wilders also reported called Turkish Prime Minister Erdogan a total freak. True. Dutch Prime Minister Jan Peter Balkenende called these comments irresponsible. And from a politician, I would never assume a politician saying these words. Diplomacy is a thing. And Maxime Verhagen, Dutch caretaking Minister of Foreign Affairs, publicly condemned Wilders' remarks, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So he had some gamer moments. He had some choice words to allied nations, apparently. And now, he's won. He's won. Advocates for de-Islamification. Islamization or whatever. It's Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, who boasted of turning Hungary into an illiberal state and has similarly similarly harsh stances on migration and EU institutions, was quick to congratulate Wilders. The winds of change are here. Congratulations. He's correct. Unfortunately, he is correct here. Wilder somewhat softened his stance and vowed that he would be a prime minister of all Dutch people, unless you're Muslim. So much so, or Ukrainian, I guess. So much so that he gained the moniker Geert Milders. Okay. Ooh. Oof. Scathing criticism. Oof. Like this is like Trump would have come up with something better than this. Holy shit. The result is the latest series of elections that is altering the European political landscape, from Slovakia and Spain to Germany and Poland. Populist and hard-right parties triumphed in EU member nations and faltered in others. Didn't Spain... The People's Party, are they... Not genealogy, I want to see. Just give me a Hitler Party, Liberal Party, Christian Democracy, People's Alliance. Okay. We can go Spain government. Government of Spain. Come on. The rulers are domestic powers, commission, current government. Pedro Sanchez. And he is Socialist, Spanish Socialist Workers' Party. I don't know if they're still socialist, but whatever. Yeah, so Spain isn't, while the far right have seen gains in Spain, they have not yet fallen governmentally to those. I'm talking about all this for one very specific reason. Sweden. Sweden has long been, I would say we have been a moral center for Europe in terms of foreign policies. We were the first in, like, going back to the 80s. We were the first Western nation to condemn South African apartheid and support the emancipation of all South Africans. We had the first prime minister, Western prime minister, visiting Cuba and Fidel Castro. He got killed for all this, though. He was assassinated. Most likely by a South African assassination attempt. Or a successful assassination by the South Africans. Most likely. Though not conclusively, because someone else have been convicted post-mortem of the murder. But still, I think there are a few conspiracy theories I do believe in. The South African one is one of them. It makes too much sense. They were in the nation. We have records of them being here during his assassination. Since then, it's been a steady downfall for us. Since Olof Palme was murdered, we have seen more and more far right-wing politics here. Now, where has this landed us? What has 40 years of right-wing politics gotten us here in Sweden? So far so, that our current government refuses to call what is happening in Gaza a genocide. Oh, and Olof Palme, despite being a democratic socialist, condemned not just the US for its invasion of Vietnam, but the USSR for its invasion of Afghanistan. That's how fucking based he was. He could look at both sides and go, fuck you both. You're bad and you're bad. I'm out of here. And he was respected for it. He was hated for it as well, but people did respect what he had to say. He was able to sway people because he was honest and because he was able to criticize everyone, even those who would nominally, I guess, be his allies. I'm just going to change the lighting here just a smidge. There we go. And okay, better. Now, 40 years. Has it been 40 years? Didn't he die 84, I believe? 86. Almost 40 years to the date. 37 years. Anyway, what has this gotten us? Here, I'll translate for you. This clip has made the rounds on Twitter. Sometimes with English translations. I've tweeted about it a lot if you follow me there. But if you don't follow anyone who has tweeted it, here, let me just translate it for you. That's very low. Someone yells from the crowd. Oh, sorry, let me just set the scene for you. Was it better? Our current government have decided to make some town halls, some town hall meetings, which isn't common here in Sweden. But our current prime minister has a hard-on for American politics, for American style politics. So he decided, you know what, we're going to do some town halls. He calls them after work, which is a Swedish invention, actually. Or I think it's a Swedish invention. Whatever. He calls them after works, where we usually during an after work, you go to a pub with your coworkers, and you drink a bit, and you eat a bit, and you have some fun, and then you go home. Okay, that's an after work. That's all it is. Going out with your coworkers. So he decided to do that. He went to Gothenburg, a very left-wing town. The second largest town, but a very left-wing town. Right after, like during the genocide that's happening in Gaza. So someone here yells from the crowd, "You're supporting a genocide. You have blood on your hands. Shame on you." Shame on you, you can hear that. Why did I not pause? Sweden and the EU are united that a humanitarian aid is needed. Do you also think, or is it also of your opinion, that the murder of 16,000 civilians in Gaza, where half of them are children, because remember, the median age in Gaza is 18, is a proportional answer? And do you really think that the ongoing, she says suicide here mistakenly, but she corrects herself to a genocide. It's similar word. Självmord, folkmord. It's similar enough. Is self-defense. Do you really think that a genocide is self-defense? is her question. And of course the people. Now, here's where it gets spicy. Sweden and the EU are united that Israel has a right to and then he cuts himself off. Again, he says folk, which literally is translated to people, but genocide is folkmord, people murder. That's the literal translation, people murder. Folkmord. So he says folk, people. What other word would it be? Anyone with a baseline understanding of Swedish would understand that he's about to say genocide. Now, you can be charitable towards him and say, hey, he's only about to say that because people have been chanting genocide, because people have been. She just asked him about genocide, and it's a tense situation, and he slipped. You know, he made a mistake. Just like she earlier said, suicide instead of genocide. Can I? Fuck! I've said suicide. I don't know if I'm gonna be. If this is gonna be listed even now that I've said it. Whatever. I'm not monetized either way. Anyway, he almost said genocide. They have a right to genocide. But he corrects himself and goes to defense. Försvar. And of course, the people go, oh, do you think Israel has a right to genocide? You think... So, now he's genocide Ulf. And this is this, but this. So far, slip of the tongue, or not slip of the tongue necessarily, not necessarily even a Freudian slip, just tense situation, you say the wrong word because of what she just said, the question is asked, you know, stuff like that. So far, I actually think this part is the worst part that he's saying. Oh, sorry. A bit more. Our Prime Minister is saying, I will not be able to convince you about the Swedish Swedish okay, what do you call that? Swedish perception. I will not be able to convince you of the Swedish perception. On the conflict. Wait, what did you say? On the conflict? On the conflict in the Middle East. The Swedish perception. Not the government's perception. The Swedish perception. He's saying, you guys are too much of immigrants to understand our position here. You're too emotional about it. You are not Swedish enough to understand it. That is what he's saying here. It is fucking disgusting, and I don't understand why more people aren't talking about it. This is actually, because this isn't a slip of the tongue. This isn't, oh, he misspoke or whatever. No. Listen to the tone in his voice.
Jag kommer inte kunna övertyga er om den svenska uppfattningen.
Oh, that's very low, by the way. Sorry about that.
Jag kommer inte kunna övertyga er om den svenska uppfattningen om konflikten i Mellanöstern.
And then he goes on to say, you can't convince me of your perception, whatever. Does it say anything
Ni
else?
kommer inte kunna övertyga mig om vilken roll Sverige ska spela i den.
And you won't be able to convince me about which part Sweden is going to play in this
Det
conflict.
jag redogjorde för alldeles nyss, det var Sveriges och EUs gemensamma ståndpunkt.
And then he just deflects by saying, oh, it's just the Sweden's and the EU's unified position on this.
Vi vill att det här kriget ska ta slut så
We want this war to end
fort som överhuvudtaget
as soon as humanly possible.
Klart är det så.
Big fucking lol. See, I find it, because our government, while the far right party isn't in the government, the far right party is the government. The current government couldn't reign without deep collaborations with the far right Sweden Democrats. And the Sweden Democrats are making that very, very clear. The Sweden Democrats are right now saying, we'll be prime minister next election if you want our support. They want to be the government. Now, fortunately, as the polls are going, it won't happen here. But still, it is highly concerning that you'd stand on stage as the leader of Sweden and say you're not Swedish enough to understand why we're doing this. You're too brown. You're too Muslim. You're too foreign for us. Disgusting. Afterworks remind me of old union busting tactics. Keep them busy so they wouldn't organize. I understand what you're saying. But this isn't so much as the boss telling the workers to do something. It's more the workers themselves getting together and saying, hey, why don't we all go out for drinks? Just blow off some steam, talk shit about the boss, talk shit about the customers, stuff like that. It's not union busting here. It is very much a self imposed thing. And honestly, I'd actually go say that it's the opposite, because it is more of a bonding thing than anything else here, where we, talk to each other, and rather than just being about work, we can be about personal stuff as well, so that we have a deeper connection, so that when something happens, we can count on you because we know each other now. So no, I wouldn't call it a union busting thing, at least not here, but I can understand the perception. Now, why is this happening? I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Turkey, Hungary, and now Russia as well, they are fascist ideologues. Ideologically, they are fascists. Even though they are the nations that are nominally democratic, but we all know that they're not. They're what is called illiberal nations, are they? Where neo-fascists, that's what they are. That's the term I've learned. They give the perception of a democracy while actually not being a democracy. So they have used underhanded tactics for, I'd say decades by now. Maybe not decades, but at least a decade, if not longer. Where, no, it has to be longer. It has to be decades, 2 decades at least. Where they intentionally just funnel migrants, people fleeing war, famine, what have you, persecutions, into Europe without taking care of themselves. They're using it to undermine our systems They are intentionally. It is one thing if it happens organically. If it's one thing if it happens without government interventions, but they are intentionally doing it. Turkey, Erdogan, is currently hiding a wanted gang leader from Swedish and Interpol. Swedish police and Interpol. Turkish diplomats have leaked highly sensitive documents that the police were using, where they had mapped out the entire organization, key figures in the organization of the Kurdish Fox, who's hiding and being hidden by Turkey at the moment. These diplomats leaked those documents, or someone in the line of from the police when they shared this with the Turkish diplomats, somewhere around down the line, because I'm guessing they gave it to other people in the State Department. Somewhere there, that got leaked to the guy, to the Kurdish Fox, and they burned the system. They burned everything. The whole document is now meaningless. The phone numbers, the movement patterns, the safe houses, the product storage centers, all that stuff burnt, gone, changed. So we're starting from scratch now. Erdogan, I remember during the immigration crisis. Just again, Erdogan. I'm sorry, Orban during the immigration crisis. Just funnel them through. Just move along. Go into the center of the EU instead of here. Thank you. And now Russia is doing the same towards Finland. There have been reports. I talked about this last stream, but again, it was very, very... I wasn't feeling myself that day. What is it? Can I whitelist and turn off this side? Thank you. Reject. Finland says Russian guards likely heavily involved in migrant surge at border. There was something more. Maybe let's say here actually. Let's see. Motel. No. House. More 500 asylum seekers from Yemen, Somalia, Syria, and Iraq have arrived in Finland, an eastern outpost on the European Union, via Russia in a sudden surge over the past 2 weeks, prompting Helsinki to shut half its border crossing and accuse Moscow of funneling migrants to its border. Moscow, of course, they deny the charges. As Helsinki considered closing the entire border, Russia and bundle of cars. The migrants have been arriving from Russia, bundled into cars and trucks, and then dropped off and handed by bicycles near the Finnish border from the final stretch. The head of the Finnish Border Guards Legal Division, Tommy Blabla, said. Finland and jointly banned crossing. Oh, right. And despite being closed, Russia keeps on funneling them. Frostbitten. Oh my god. The border zone on the Russian side, blah, 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 here the zone. One typical reason for the accelerated procedure is that a person has not presented grounds for international protection, having applied for asylum citing financial reasons. For example, Migri's director of asylum unit told Reuters. There is a good argument to be made, and I've seen this speculation happening on Twitter, that Russia is doing this, to piss off the Russian population in Finland, which has already happened, as we've seen. They're doing this to break the Finnish system, the Finnish not healthcare system only, but the entire social system that they have. They're trying to break it this way and ensure a right-wing government. Because that's the reason they're doing this. It's not necessarily that they think, oh, we're going to invade Finland tomorrow. No. This is a long game. Long game. They want to break us ideologically. And we're seeing this happening across the board. Sweden, the current government, again, controlled by the far-right Sweden Democrats. Bristande vandel. What the fuck is vandel? Morals, of course. This is from some time ago. That's not what I wanted. News. Can we get Sweden government new rules? I want... Oh, look. Is it the local? The local. Let's see here if they have a something on it, an article on this. News, politics. Ooh, immigration, maybe. Yeah, here we go. Swedish government's bid to revoke permits for... I already did. Can I... But I don't have anything. Can we maybe do this? Is this gonna work? Accept. Nope. Oh, I can just... No? Okay, now, had to go the long way. Swedish government's bid to revoke permits for foreigners with flawed ways of life. A new government inquiry will investigate how foreigners who commit crimes or do not have an upstanding way of life in Sweden could potentially have a residence permit revoked. People apply for permanent residence permits already have the ability to show they live an orderly life. A criminal record could, for example, be grounds for refusing a permanent permit. Fair enough. You don't have a permit yet. Why would we allow you to have one if you're committing crimes? Sure. Absolutely. But the government wants to make it easier to refuse and even revoke permits for foreign residents who have a flawed way of life, read a statement that announced the new inquiry on Tuesday. That could, for example, include benefits, cheating, or abusing the welfare system in other ways. What the fuck does this mean? Abuse, not, again, if you're committing crimes, that's one thing. Abusing the welfare system, you mean you partake in it? Of course you have a right to do that. Having large debts, like, you're not allowed to take loans now? Or being involved in or associating with gang crime or terrorist activities. Being involved in or associating with, you no longer have free association if this rule is applied. It could also include statements that threaten democracy or the Swedish system. Oh, you mean like this? Migrant minister, Maria Malmer Stenergard, mentioned to the so-called LVU campaign, a campaign that went viral after it spread conspiracy theories that Swedish social services routinely kidnap Muslim children as an example. It threatens the system in Sweden and affects the social services' ability to step in to help vulnerable children. So, I can just finish this. The inquiry is also to look into how to revoke residence permits for other reasons. The aim that there should be more possibilities to revoke a residence permit when it is justified, for example, when the conditions for an individual permit are no longer or never have been met, according to the government statement. And just to be clear here, this, Jimmy Åkesson, is the far-right Sweden Democrat leader. Bristande vandel is what they're talking about now. Lack of morals? Is that it? Flawed way of life. That's what they're talking about now. Word for word from the far-right Sweden Democrats. And that's the price they paid to be in power? Like they're just digging their own grave just to be in power? That's kind of the deal here. And I'm wondering here, how this is going to... the first few years, it's going to be people have terror sympathies, people who have spread Salafism, stuff like that. That's going to be the main part. And Swedes are going to go, yay, look at that. Woo, we're throwing them out. But it's not going to stop there. There is no fucking way that it will stop there. What is it? How long ago is it? 21 years ago was when I started to be aware of the Sweden Democrats. And back then, and I still say it, I said, despite it not being talked about or even on the party program or anything like that, I said they want to throw even me out. That's the end goal of it for them. They want to throw everyone who isn't in line with their culture out. That's the goal. And people called me crazy. People called me paranoid. My own fucking brother. I told him that, and he went, yeah. And he still voted for them, the fucking moron. And I'm sure he still will. I don't talk to him that much. And when we talk, we absolutely do not talk about politics. This is really, really dangerous. Oh, and oh, yeah, yeah. And it didn't even go into this in this article. Do they go into it in an article? Low. Is there a related article? Maybe. Right. Of course. Sorry about that. Is there a related article that I can... Politics? Can I search, perhaps? Is there a search function anywhere here? Site. And we're going to go stateless. Verkt. We're going to go last. No? Okay, they haven't reported on it. Included in all these sweeping proposals, they want to make people have the ability to make people stateless. They want to be able to revoke someone's residency here in Sweden, even though they wouldn't have anywhere else to go. That's the goal. That's what they want to do. They want to be able to deport you to a place that's going to deny you. Because you won't have any papers. You won't have a nation. They've said this. I've never, I don't think we're going to fall for fascism tomorrow. No, I don't go that far. This this government won't be able to plunge us into an autocratic fascist government. But the next one will have that opportunity. And I can't think of anything more un-Swedish, anything less in line with Swedish culture than fascism. Not caring for immigrants, not caring about death, destruction, genocide, famine, stuff like that. To me, when I think of Sweden, when I'm the proudest of Sweden, it's when we care. It's when we say, you know what? This might cost us, but it's worth it. We need to be able to take care of people. We need to be able to take care of not just ourselves, but the people who are fleeing horrible conditions. That is when I'm the proudest of being a Swede. And there's never been a point during my lifetime, and I'm considering, and I'm wondering if there's ever been a point since we became a democracy, and even before then, I'd argue, where Sweden wasn't humanitarian and humane. Actually, we've had a pretty good track record, all things considered. On a global scale, we've had a pretty good track record. Not perfect. The Sami people have their oh my God, the Sami people. They are the least Swedish people in Sweden that was born here, that are Swedes. What will happen to them? So, Blaze, you asked me, has the left not done enough? Yes and no. Let's start with the no. We've done too much. We've been too successful here in Sweden. We've been so successful that no other nation, and not just in Sweden, I mean the North, Scandinavia in general. We've been so goddamn successful with our system that we have stopped evolving, that we've stopped progressing. That is our issue. We're too successful. What's the meme? We're suffering from success here, okay? Unironically. Because whenever we propose anything, it's like, we're already on top of the world here. What the fuck are you demanding? So now we're moving backwards instead because of that. So that's number one. Number two, we were so goddamn successful in the 80s. In the early 80s, I should say. That it led to the fucking assassination of our greatest prime minister. One of our greatest, at least. I won't say the greatest, but one of the greatest prime ministers of our history. That is the main problem for us. We don't have a clear leader to show us, or not show us, but to lead us towards more. We have people who have stewards, we have good stewards even, of our current system. But we don't have leaders who point to our issues and give us solutions that sound good. Like, we have people who point at issues. We have the left party who constantly talk about the issues of Sweden, constantly talk about privatization of industries, which is just going to go haywire again, even more now with this government. But they're not charismatic enough. They're not, I won't say popular, because they are the fourth largest party in our government. So they are quite popular. But they're not successful enough. Their message, okay, here's what I tell. Here's their biggest issue. They're not good at messaging. Yes, they can point at issues, but you know what? So can the right. Immigration can be an issue, and it has become an issue in Sweden. You can't deny that. You can't close your eyes, stick your fingers in your ear, and go la 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 la. It's not possible. You have to face the flaws of a system you built, a system you promoted, and go, there needs to be change here. We have to implement X, Y, and Z in order to save the system, in order to not be where we are today. However, and this is also a problem with the left, but I'll get to that. The right is really, really good at finding statistics that aligns with their politics. They're making correlations, and the left has been really bad at showing that there's no causality. Was it Reuters again? I can just go to history here. I read an article today, actually. No evidence of migration caused exaggerated 2013 Swedish rape statistics. The right, and this came out in May, the right has really honed in on rape statistics in Sweden. That's been like their main cause. Because Sweden is very big on feminism and protecting women. So they have like carved out a slice of pie for themselves where they can go, oh yeah. You might listen to them on those issues. You might listen to them when it comes to wages, when it comes to workplace harassment, stuff like that. Yeah. But did you know, since we've had more immigration from third world countries, rapes have gone up? And for the longest time, the left-wing bloc have ignored it. They've like, fear-mongering, whatever, but they didn't challenge it. They dismissed it because it was ludicrous. Everyone with know-how knew that it was ludicrous. So they just dismissed it, but they never challenged it. So now we know, because we have more data, we have more statistics, we have more correlation. We know the correlation. Why did the statistics rise? A, we broadened the definition of what is considered rape here in Sweden. Substantially, actually. Marital rape didn't used to be on the books. It's now, of course. I don't know if male rape was female to male perpetrators. Was not on the books before, but they are now. We have... and one big thing. One big thing. If you are held captive. No, not held captive. You know, you're at a party. Let's go there. You're at a party. And you're raped by 3 frat bros. Okay? They take turns with you. One guy goes in for sloppy fourth even, you know? He wants a second go at her, you know? He's really at it. She's blackout drunk. How many rapes occurred? In most nations, she suffered 1 incidence of rape. To us, in Sweden, she suffered 4. So, of course, our statistics is going to balloon out of proportions. Another another reason for why our statistics are so ballooned compared to almost any other nation. We trust the police much more than other nations. We actually report our rapes much more than other nations. To use that statistic and go, and therefore it's immigrants, you know? Dog shit argument. But we never challenged them. Or when I say we, I mean the left bloc. Never challenged them on this issue. Yeah. So this led to the far right. And you know what? No, not the left bloc. The entire government. So there was one party that was willing to talk openly about it despite being called racist for it. Which even when I was a teen, like, what? You should be able to talk about why stuff is happening still. You have to be able to talk about what is happening. You have to be able to to have an inquiry into why do we have this amount of rape statistics here. what is going on in Sweden. We have to be able to talk about it without immediately being called a racist for the mere implication that immigrants might not share our values. No, that's crazy. Of course people are going to go, fuck you. This was their wedge getting in there. This was how they managed to break through, and we let them. So have the left not been doing enough? Yes and no. We've done plenty. We've done too much. We've had too much success. But we refused to look any problems that might label us a racist or xenophobic or questionable. We refuse to touch those subjects even. And not just the left, the right as well. Until recently. Do I have anything else to say here? Oh, what was that? No. Wasn't it? What's his name? I'm looking for a specific politician. There was an article about him specifically, just to illustrate how far the moderate party, the conservative party, the prime minister's party have shifted, or in the just from one election to the next, you know. It's not no. No. What's his name? Fuck. He's a pudgy guy. Oh, let's go to Strömmer. That's it. Of course, he's justitieminister. Translate. I haven't gotten to the thought slime thing yet. I'm railing at the current government and the current situation we're in. I don't know about this site. I actually do not know about this. I have no idea about them. Let's just for due diligence, actually. No, Google, not Maps. Wiki. Okay. Non-political magazine or newspaper. Sweden EU. Doesn't seem to have a political alignment either way, so that's good. Yeah. Political non-aligned. Good. The moderates believe that it's too easy to change the constitution. The party wants to strengthen the... No. This is not what I wanted, actually. Damn it. Anyway. Yeah, I covered it. I covered it. Of course I covered it. How could I not cover it? But I want Gunnar. I had an article. I'm sure I had an article with Gunnar Strömmer. Whatever. Let me try to remember and summarize. Basically, before, like, not just before the election, but sometime before, 10 years ago. Let's go 10 years ago. He used to talk about. Oh! I remember something now. Let's see if I can find it. No, whatever. He used to defend people against government overreach. He used to be a lawyer that represented people that the government had abused. He used to represent freedom from oppression. But because he's so goddamn power hungry, because the whole right-wing bloc has been power hungry, they sold their entire fucking soul for 4 years. That's all they're getting. 4 years. They're not going to get a second chance. They're not going to be the prime minister next time. They're not going to win. Given the current trajectory of not election results, of väljarbarometer. Polls. Of polling. If the polling is correct, there's going to be a massive shift to the left next year. Next election. Are you Swedish? You said Gunnar. I am Swedish. I am born and raised. We're all Swedish. No, Scream Dream. Blaze is not Swedish, I believe. Var det nog därför liven blev rekommenderad till mig också för att jag kollade på Hasan Abi-klipp. No, I do not know Hasan Abi, Angus. Keep it to English in the chat, please. Even though I understand Swedish, I'm streaming in English because I want to reach a wider audience. And I want to keep it consistent. Thank you. But welcome. I am not friends with Hasan. I am critical, actually, of Hasan. So, however, let me just finish, close this segment, and then we're going to jump into the Hasan thing. I've never been scared living in Sweden. I pass pretty well as a white guy in Sweden. My hair, while lighter today, it used to be much darker when I was younger. It reveals that I'm not entirely of Swedish descent. It reveals that I have some form of mixed heritage here. My mom was born in America to a Swedish mother and American father. And if the current government gets its will, and if the next election goes like this election did, or further right, which at the moment it won't, if the polls are correct, but if it did, and it very much might happen, there is no doubt in my mind that I would be on a list, that I would be surveilled. Again, my mom has foreign heritage. She's not born in Sweden. Yes, she was born to a Swedish mother. She doesn't have an American passport anymore. She doesn't have an American citizenship anymore. But the state has said they are more than happy to make people stateless for not following Swedish culture. Whatever the fuck that means. It is disgusting to me to do this to people who are immigrants themselves under any circumstance. But it is I am, for the first time in my life, actually considering that I might actually be targeted by the state at some point in the future. Unironically. Will it happen tomorrow? Will it happen in 10 years? Maybe not. 20? If the next election in 3 years, we will have an election next year, but that's for the EU Parliament. So it's not the same. But in 3 years' time, we will have a new government. And depending on that... oh my God! I just realized something. The current government, the left-wing bloc, we have a laws here in Sweden about gambling, where political parties are allowed to have gambling as a fundraising things, you know? So a lot of the gambling that goes on in Sweden actually is funneled into the Social Democrats' pockets. And you can have criticism of that. I have criticism of that. The current government, I don't know if it passed, but they have proposed laws to change this. And there is no doubt in my mind that it's specifically because the Sweden Social Democrats have a massively deep pockets thanks to this. That is the only reason they're doing this. If this was spread out across the board, they wouldn't have touched it. They are actively trying to hamper the left bloc's abilities to regain power, to organize, to mount a political campaign large enough to rally people to vote the current government out. And if this is successful from the right-wing bloc, if they are successful in defending their power in government, I won't say we are one, like our democracy is gone, but it's very, very close. Like from that point, we are one election away from it. It's like America with Trump. If Trump wins next election, there's no democracy in America anymore. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. And there's no doubt in my mind that if we continue on this trajectory in Sweden, there's no democracy here as well. And we have to stop that. We have to mount an offensive on this. Now, thankfully, Sweden is very, very, very aligned with Palestine. Let me just actually get that. It doesn't seem that we have a poll on this. Whatever. I am certain in my position on this. The people are not aligned with Israel in their genocide. They are aligned with Palestine. The people. The government, something completely different. And thanks to this conflict, we might actually see people moving away from it. There's even a possibility of people switching parties, or there being an internal coup within the parties to change the government. You know, a lot of things are actually possible at this moment. A big amount, a large. There are a plethora of possibilities at the moment. But in as little as 10 years, we might not have those possibilities. My dad is Scottish and moved here 20 years ago. Would he have been able to move here if the ruling party was the far right? No. He would have if he moved here during while the UK was still in the European Union. Then they couldn't have done anything against that. Would have been allowed to stay? That's a different question. It's under the current government. I do think he would have been, if he has children, he's married to a Swede and stuff like that, you know, because he's white. it's just that. But yeah, hopefully Nuance don't benefit from this. Yeah, they might. It's yeah, I feel like that is the case with a lot of countries. The population is with Palestine. The government's aligned with Israel. Yeah. And it didn't used to be that in Sweden. We didn't used to have that here, fortunately, but now we do. It's so crazy that we actually have a government that have, I think we were the first. We were early on, at least, to legitimize Palestine as a state, identify them as a state. And now our government-run media doesn't. The pro-Israel stance is very astroturfed. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's a good name for it, actually. Our prime minister wrote an op-ed where he slandered people in Gothenburg who came there to protest him, calling them Hamas supporters, terror supporters. Like, I've seen one thing that, like, sketchy, don't do that, and that's people booing when he condemns Hamas. The problem here is he has only condemned Hamas. He has not been even-handed in this. He has not condemned the IDF, Israel, for their genocidal actions or terrorist actions. He's only condemned Hamas. And that is why they booed. And also because he, you know, said Israel has a right to, you know, not genocide, apparently. Will our government pro-Israel stance affect our negotiations with Turkey? Right. Oh, that's another good thing. Turkey supports Hamas. The current government, very, very buddy with Erdogan. Like they are willing to throw. Like, I want to be in the NATO, and I know, Scream Dream, you have you're not of the same opinion here, but I want to be in NATO. You know what I don't want to do? Erode our democracy to be in NATO. We're gonna be in NATO on our terms. I am after what has happened in Ukraine. I am not scared of Russia anymore. Like, oh, they're gonna invade. Whatever. We'll mount a defensive and we'll fucking defend ourselves against them. Yeah. Oh yeah. If they can't take Ukraine, how the fuck are they gonna take Sweden with S-tier equipment? You know. And we're ramping up the equipment. I read the other day that up in Norland, we are our C90. Is that the name? C90 personnel carrier. Combat CV90. That's the name. These guys. Ukraine and Sweden have, I think we've signed an agreement where Ukraine is allowed to build them down there in their own facilities. And we've employed 4 times as many people as we used to have prior to the war in Ukraine just to build these guys. That's how fucking good they are. I predict that after the war, when we evaluate equipment from different nations, because everyone has just donated whatever. After the war, Sweden is going to be a military powerhouse when it comes to saving your own soldiers' lives, being able to evade attacks. It's crazy how good we are at military equipment. Yes, it's more expensive than whatever America is producing, but it's cheaper to run, it's cheaper to maintain, and it saves people inside. Yeah, so it's crazy how good we are. Will our government's stance on Israel tank our negotiations with Turkey? Maybe, but I don't think so. Turkey exists as Israel on the behest of America. We've given Turkey plenty, and now they're just looking belligerent and uncooperative with what they're doing, and it's kind of giving them a bad look. People aren't trusting Turkey anymore. Turkey have fucking sent equipment that we sent them to Russia. During the war, during sanctions, military equipment that we sent them, they've sent to Russia. Can you expel someone from NATO? It's a good argument to be made here. They are cost effective in the long run. But when you are a government, that you have a certain amount of budget, and you want to make it look good for the people, buying 10 very, very expensive jets from Sweden looks bad economically than if you buy 10, or you know what? 100 cheap ones from America. Pound to pound, it looks better. But when the war starts, you want the one that is cheap to run. I know American Abrams tanks have been criticized for this, that if you are not a specialist, if you have no idea how to maintain it, if you don't, just the cost of driving it is enormous compared to the Swedish tanks or German tanks even. Enormous. And that's, but again, during peacetime, it looks good on paper. During wartime, horrible decisions. Okay, that's Whew, that was a longer segment than I actually expected. Sorry about that. But I've actually enjoyed that myself. So if you didn't, then fuck you. Okay? Now, I've had my disagreements with Hasan over the past year since I started this channel. Previous as well, but specifically past year. You know what? Give me a second. I need water. Water. Stop it. I've been talking nonstop for 2 hours almost. So, just allow me to. What is happening? There we go. There we go. Okay. Can I just play with the lighting a bit and the settings just to see if I can? Wrong way. Is that too much from? I like the light from that side, but it's very like I need to be here with this then if it's gonna be good from this side. So I can't have it that way. That's too much. Way too much. Let's just lower it. Half. Okay, it's gonna be like this. Whatever. Whatever. It is what it is. Okay. So I've had my critique of Hasan. I have my fair share of issues with his advocacy. I don't think he's a good advocate for socialism. If he would have if he had stayed if he had been a variety streamer, you know, play games, just reacted to content in general and stuff like that, and had called himself a socialist and said, no, we should just do more. We should share more. We should blah, blah, blah. You know, all that stuff. If he had just stayed that way and didn't call people like Dylan Burns a war whore. Dylan Burns, who has been shelled by Russia. If he hadn't called people debate streamers debate perverts for debating, like he can have critique of debate, but calling them perverts, like it reminds me of groomer. Okay, it teeters on the groomer allegations from the right wing for me, and and especially since he is a debate pervert himself, like the Willie Mack debate that he had. Dude, he had Willie Mack on to talk about who is a drama YouTuber. He had him on, but he refused to even acknowledge, not he acknowledged, but he refused to talk about or talk to Dylan Burns. And Angus, if you are a Hasan Abi fan, have you seen the Dylan Burns video, or have you just heard what Hasan said about him or it? Have you just seen the trailer for it, perhaps? Or have you actually seen the video? If you haven't, if you are a Hasan fan and you haven't seen the Dylan Burns video, it is a good video. The critique of the video that Hasan had is it's taken out of context. Dylan Burns, and he forces people to sit in front, not forces, but he makes people sit in front of content during an active war and react to a streamer in America, blah, blah, blah. Like, nonsense ad hominem attack on Dylan Burns when Hasan is the biggest political live streamer currently. That has impact. He talks to AOC. He has the ear of policymakers. He has the ear of policymakers' assistants. He's not a nobody. He might call himself, I'm just a streamer, it doesn't matter. No, it matters. That's like saying, it's just Fox News. What does it matter? It's just an anchor. It's just Tucker Carlson. Who cares? No, it matters. It absolutely matters. I wouldn't call myself a Hasan fan, more just a viewer. Some of his comments are out pocket. Okay, good. That's fine. Like, I even if you were a Hasan fan, I wouldn't mind. Like, people can be fancy and be critical of what people are saying, but still. It matters what people say online. Acting like online isn't real life is stupid. It's old. It's kind of elitist, actually. It's very elitist. So when salient critique happens of Hasan, he brushes it off. But when a drama streamer puts out a video on him, they get some traction. But it's drama, he has him on instead. Very, very slimy behavior. Anyway, so I have my critique of him. In Taiwan going like, whatever the State Department thinks. Fuck the State Department. What do you think? No, he is spineless, and he didn't always used to be. And that is my biggest critique of him. He has grown more spineless over time. He has an audience capture. He is held hostage by the audience he has cultivated. Because he has rid the audience of anyone critical of him, anyone who is a debate pervert, anyone who, like he did with the strike on the hospital in Gaza, where he's like, let's just bring up that clip. That's gonna be let's see if really. Like here. No, this is not it. 2 years ago, that's absolutely not it. Two years ago, 1 year ago. What is this? Where's the current clips? Hello, cat. Do you want to say hello? Oh, of course. They've removed the clip. Live stream fails. Naturally. No, whatever. He yelled at chat for not agreeing with him that it was definitely Israel that bombed the hospital, despite every expert, despite every report saying It looks like it might have been a Hamas rocket that misfired and struck the hospital instead, rather than a targeted attack by Israel. Like, there's plenty to criticize Israel. Can you not bite me? There's plenty of to criticize Israel for. You don't have to invent new things. The problem is that he doesn't like to be nuanced. Oh, you want... What is it that you want, Cat? He doesn't like to be nuanced. He doesn't like to be... I don't agree with people saying, oh, you should wait until all facts come out, because that's an impossible standard to uphold. You never know when all facts are out. Israel doesn't... has secret documents that they won't release for years and years and years. Same goes with any nation, you know? Any current conflict, there's always going to be an update on what is going on, you know? So it's an impossible stand. However, not being completely confident and screaming at your audience for disagreeing with you and saying, it might not be, it actually might be, I think it's a Hamas rocket, since every expert says that. If you scream at that, like, what kind of audience will you have left? The sycophants, the brown-nosers, the people who, under no circumstance, will ever be critical of you. And that seems to have been the tankies. That seems to be the tankies, the hardliners. However, this doesn't mean that everything Hasan does is bad, you know? And there's bad critique of... Why are you biting me? Now you have to go. Go. You can't keep biting me like that. Like, he wants something. He wants you to do something specific, but then you don't do it and he bites you for it. Stupid. Anyway, I stumbled because I wouldn't say gorged myself, but I gorged myself in some Hasan videos at one point, and I got this video recommended to me. And there was just something about it that I knew that I had to watch it on stream. But I thought, you know what, I'm going to just check the first minute. And if I remember correctly, I wasn't disappointed. Let's see if I will be disappointed.
We knew that already. We have a white supremacist.
Oh, sorry, it's a bit loud.
Criminal justice system. I don't know why people get so triggered by this sentiment, okay?
Greetings, internets. In this video, I will be making the argument that the socialist Twitch streamer Hasan Piker, also known as Hasan Abi, Cenk Uygur's nephew, genuinely has absolutely no idea what he is talking about, and is completely clueless in regards to economics and world affairs. Now, I know that may come across as extremely
I'm completely clueless. Maybe. Like, world affairs? Abso-fucking-lutely. Economics? I have no idea. No idea. I'm clueless on economics.
harsh and bad faith. But I assure you this is a completely serious and honest assessment, and I intend to objectively show why this conclusion is fair and reasonable. The thing is, much of Hasan's content follows very predictable patterns, and tactics he uses to avoid honestly addressing whatever subject it is that he is babbling on about. And when you learn to spot said patterns in the kind of content he makes, it becomes fairly easy for the average person to see through this nonsense. And as it turns out...
Is this a Destiny fan? Is this a Destiny simp?
Hasan is not the only person guilty of this type of snarky, irrational reaction content. Therefore, this video will not just be about Hasan, but also about this particular style of pseudo-intellectualism in general. I hope with this video, more people will become aware of this style and come to see why it's a total grift, so that it can be more easily called out for the juvenile kind of content that it is, and why it should never be taken seriously by anyone. Let's start.
When you call someone a grifter, like he just did here with Hasan, meth guy? Oh, Destiny. Wasn't that an... Like, I'm on meth. Dude. I take meth. What the fuck? Are you shaming me for my meth addiction? Is that what you're doing? No. Calling anyone a grifter. Like, I'd call Hinkle a grifter. But I try not to call everyone who I disagree with or who has stupid opinions grifters for one very particular reason. I have no idea what's going on in their head. Grifting means that you're saying one thing, but you think another. Your actual honest opinions are completely different from the things you're saying. I don't think, for the most part at least, that's true with Hasan. When it comes to socialist nations, I do think that. But I still wouldn't call him a grifter because I don't think he advocates for it. I don't know. It's a delicate balance to walk there, but I don't think he's a grifter.
Start by looking at Hasan's style of responding to other people's videos, which relies heavily on fallacies of relevance. When Hasan makes an attempt to debunk someone else...
Fallacy of relevance? I've never heard. God, I hate when they do this. Bad website designs. Assessing the legitimate form of fallacies. Are all these fallacies of relevance? Is that just like a collection of irrelevant conclusion, appeal to ignorance, ad hominems, appeal to authority? Oh, I have a pet peeve here. We'll see if he falls into it or not. Appeal to authority, appeal to emotion, appeal to pity, appeal to force, appeal... Okay. So it's just a collection of fallacies. It's kind of a hypocrite, but it's monetized hypocrisy. Not hypocrisy. No. Monetized dishonesty. That's kind of the thing. It's monetized dishonesty.
Else's video content, he will generally follow...
maybe not just monetized, because you can grift for clout. But that dishonest... Just being a dishonest actor. That's kind of what a grifter is. You're a dishonest actor where we can't trust that what you're saying is what you actually stand for, you know? That's kind of...
a simple 3-step formula. First, he will pause the video he was responding to before it has made its central point clear. Second, he will then refute the incomplete statement, generally by spewing some completely unrelated bullshit and rarely ever addressing the central core of their argument. Optionally, he may also throw in some socialist or other partisan talking points in order to make himself look smart to the people who already agree with him. He will then repeat this process until he can pretend like he has won. The way this grift works is that by only ever responding to half a statement, he can avoid making it too obvious.
This isn't grifting for me. That's what I mean. I knew this. I agree with what he's saying here. This is something I've noticed myself in Hasan. It's a trap that live streamers, React live streamers, I should say, fall into, where something is said or shown on the screen, and we go, oh. And blah, 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 you know? And we draw conclusions. And because you pause and you talk, the overarching point might even get lost on the audience, might even get lost on the streamer, or it's ignored by the streamer if they're dishonest. But I think Hasan does this a lot more than others. I think, or at least those I've seen. But yeah, he's especially egregious on this point. But that's not grifting. Again, it's not grifting.
Obvious that he doesn't act...
Grifting. Let's just make sure that I'm not. Engage in petty or small-scale swindling. Yeah. You're swindling the audience. That's kind of the thing. This isn't the best definition for modern day, but you're swindling your audience about your opinions and what they should think.
Actually understand anything that is being said by the person he is responding to. It's a method that lets him substitute objective reason for snarky gotchas. Of course, the problem with this type of content from a rational standpoint is that the counter-arguments Hasan produces this way are almost always completely irrelevant to the subject. Let's now look at a few of examples of this in action, starting with Praxben.
He's deranged ANCAP.
If America loves democracy so much, why don't we have democracy in the workplace? Like, we love freedom, but when we go into work, we just start taking orders from someone, no questions asked? How about the workers choose their managers rather than the other way around? How about when management is coming up with policies that directly affect the worker, why don't the workers have a say in creating those policies?
Okay, so the first guy is classic. This is like, first guy is a Richard Wolf Andy. Okay, I already know. Of course, I don't personally disagree with that take. I agree with it, but it's a classic Richard Wolf Andy. Let's see.
That's interesting that he would say he agrees with this. Actually. Considering one of the issues on, not the issues, but one of the discussions that was had on the Leftovers podcast, like a month or two ago or something like that, about socialism specifically, he didn't talk about this. He actually said kind of like it should be government centralized. I don't know. I don't think a central control of business, government control of business, leads to anything near this.
See what he has to say, though. This guy looks like he's about to intellectually dismantle him, okay?
This is incredibly stupid. First of all, logically, just because something affects you doesn't mean you should have a say in it. If 50 people...
Wait, what? Just because logically? Bro, you can't just say
Whoa. Again, he made a point that is trying to... like, that's point A. Just because something affects you doesn't mean you have, what do you say, you're a right to...
Okay.
If 50 people...
Wait, what?
First of all, logically, just because something affects you doesn't mean you should have a say in it.
Doesn't mean you should have a say in it. Like, of course it means that. To me, politically, ideologically, of course. But again, this isn't like pausing and taking something out of context. The context is clear. And his point is clear. I don't know. Let's see if he can refute
just because
this.
Logically? Bro, you can't just say logically and then say whatever the you want after it. And then people will be like, well, that guy's logical. See?
Like, okay, this is an ideological difference between this guy, and the other guy. It's just an ideological difference. It has nothing to do with logic.
Logically, unicorns should exist, just like the free market. It does. Oh my God, he has his IQ. Oh no.
That's embarrassing, actually. That is really embarrassing.
I'm Ben, IQ 137. Oh no.
He beat me, the bastard.
So right at the start of the video, we have our classic step one and two.
Hold on. Are you just going to take that and not see his overarching point? It's just going to take that out of context? Are you, Mantis Wave? How do I know that this is contextually correct? I have no idea.
He pauses the video just as Praxben is about to make a logical argument, and then Hasan claims that it's not a logical argument. Well, of course what Praxben just said is not a logical argument because he hasn't made the argument yet, because Hasan paused in the middle of it. No.
He failed, again, I'm sorry, now I'm pausing. He failed on the first leg of the argument. When you make an argument, when you're responding to someone else making an argument and you go, okay, that doesn't make sense for X, Y, and Z. If you say X and X is completely wrong, the rest it doesn't matter at all. If your argument is built on an error, how can the conclusion be correct? Thanks, Angus. Have a good day.
Oh shit, Sherlock. He then spews some irrelevant nonsense and personal insults before unpausing. What does Praxben's IQ of 137 have anything
I
to
knew it. I fucking knew it. Okay, let's fucking go. He made an error here. This was not an ad hominem at all. Attacking your opponent's character or personal traits in an attempt to undermine their argument. That's in my opinion, not the best definition. Ad hominem definition. Here. Directed of an argument or reaction directed against a person rather than the position they are maintaining. Hasan didn't do that. He insulted him. There's a difference in saying, you display your IQ, what a fucking loser, and going, you display your IQ, therefore this is wrong. An ad hominem is an argument that is fallacious. Insults are perfectly fine, you moron. Are we not allowed to insult our ideological opponents now? Psh, come on, please.
Do with this video or the point it makes? Nothing. Absolutely no relevance
it has
whatsoever.
nothing to do with it.
Already we are seeing
it's
why
funny.
Hasan's style of content is not to be taken seriously. Not only is there zero attempt by Hasan at good faith here, he hasn't even attempted to understand what Praxben has to say before babbling on about it.
Have you... I haven't seen that you are attempting to understand what Hasan is saying. Two can play that game.
You will not be the factory owner. You will not be enslaving others. You will be my slave. And then I will be Elon Musk's slave. Okay? Please stop thinking that in an ANCAP deregulated society that you will thrive in that society. You will not. Okay? If you're not thriving in this situation, you're not thriving in that one.
People walk into my home.
So, if you had stuck to that part, I could agree with him. That's actually a good idea. Like, he assumes the positions of Praxben here. But considering that Praxben has his IQ in the description here, it's not a far-fetched assumption, is it?
Now, just because they're going to be affected by the conditions of my house, that does not mean that they get a say in what I do. It is...
Wait, what?
Yeah.
No, they absolutely do get a fucking... That's literally not true. That's why there's like zoning restrictions and like, for example, if you have your friends that come over to your house and they have children and they fall into your fucking pool and die, like, you're absolutely liable for that, for not putting up a fucking pool gate, okay? So...
No. Actually, I want to hear what he had to say here. What it was the...
situation, you're not thriving in...
that they get a say. People walk into my home now just because they're going to be affected by the conditions of my house. That does not mean that they get a say in what I do.
Actually, it does. Logically, it does. Even, I don't like Hasan's examples, but just take something low scale here. If you walk into his house and there's a booby trap there, something low scale, you know. No, if you walk into his house and he's beating his wife, do you not have a say in what he's doing? Because it's his house? Really? Or how he's treating his kids or whatever. Like, he can say, no, like, if his point is probably like, if my house is dirty, you have no say in that, in how I clean it. You have no say in how I maintain my house. But he's saying that just because something affects you doesn't mean you have a say in it. Just because my house is a danger to you doesn't mean you have a say in it. Of course it does.
It is...
Wait, what? There's like over to your house liable and they have for not putting up a fucking pool gate, okay? So
again, pausing and spewing nonsense. This time Hasan completely fails to understand the point of what Praxben is saying. Praxben was making something known as a reductio ad absurdum, which is a valid form of a logical argument where you show why something makes no sense by showing how belief in it results in an absurd conclusion. The statement was made that you should have a say in whatever happens to affect you. So Praxben responds by pushing that statement to its absurd conclusion that people should have a say in how someone else's house is run just because they walk into that house.
Okay. The point that the original guy was doing was about workplace. Workplace. Not your private home, not your personal comfort, not your bed or how it's made. He's saying, why do we have to be slaves to corporations? Why don't we have more democracy? But what this guy's doing then, what is it, Prax Ben? He doesn't do a reduction ad absurdum. I don't know what the fallacy is called. What he's doing, is it a red herring? No, it's not a red herring, is it? Divert attention from the real issue by focusing instead of... Okay, yeah. He's doing a red herring, actually. By focusing instead on an issue having only a surface relevance to the first. He's doing a red herring here. This has nothing to do with logic at all. It has to do with ideology. Secondly, someone's home and someone's workplace are not the same thing. Oh, but people own the workplace. Yeah, fuck that. I don't care. This has nothing to do with ownership. This has to do with ideology. This has to do with how we want to shape our world, our surroundings. Why should people, just because they are privileged, just because they have money, why should that give them stewardship or lordship over me? That is what the question in the beginning was. He made the logical fallacy here. But this guy, Mantis Wave, is ideologically aligned with him. He's probably a, what's called capitalist realism. Capitalist realism. When you can't see anything. Capitalism is the only viable economic system. Yeah. Like, he's probably falling into that trap. And assumes that there's nothing else you can do, and therefore this guy's correct, you know? Because ownership is ownership.
Another way of putting it would be to look at the US military. Should a grade E1 private have a say in the decisions made by a first lieutenant that affect him? Of course not. Because the entire point of military ranks is that people with more knowledge and experience should be higher up the chain of command, since their decision-making skills have proven more effective at not getting people killed for stupid reasons. The point being,
that is so not the reason why people are rising in the ranks at all time. Sometimes you rise in ranks because your commanding officer just got killed. That happens. It has nothing to do with, oh, they were just so much better. Always. Sometimes it is. Often it is. Not always. Often, it's just nepotism even. It's political sometimes. And who's that boss's boss? Oh, it's the leader of the country, the president, the prime minister, whoever. Oh, and who's his boss? Huh. Well, it's the private. It's the guy cleaning the toilet. It's you and me. So, circle that around. We are the boss of the generals. We own the military. We elect the people who tell them what to do. And then they tell them other people what to do. Again, this is also a red herring. Has nothing to do with a private corporation. You're talking about a military? You're talking about... This guy's never been in the military. Oh, this guy's never been in the military. He has no idea what he's talking about. He doesn't understand how the military works. Oh my God, that's it. He doesn't understand. In times of peace, Sure, you have your training exercises, and during those, you train for war. But in times of peace, you discuss how things happened, why things happened the way they happened. You allow your privates, you allow your subordinates, not subordinates. Is it subordinates? Yeah, it's subordinates. You allow your subordinates to comment on your leadership and how to improve it. There's actually a process of committing mutiny within the military that can be legitimized. Oh, has Vosh responded to him? I don't remember that actually. That's interesting. I don't remember ever seeing him. What did Vosh respond to? Lunoy? Oh, it's the Vosh is unironically evil guy. Oh, that's the guy. Did Vosh respond to this? Didn't he just ignore it? I think he ignored this one, didn't he? He just skimmed through it and went, ha ha ha, and then moved along. I think. Anyway. God, this guy's stupid.
Being made here is that many decisions are best made on positions of merit. Therefore, the claim that...
We agree. Does this guy think... And again, I paused after he made a point without listening to that. Fuck you. Does this guy think money equals merit? Because that's what he's arguing for at the moment. He argues that the people on top, the people with money, should decide who is the boss of the people at the bottom. Is that a merit-based? Of course. No. Can I not copy? No, that's the live chat. Give me.
Refuting Vosh on the quote.
Oh, right. Oh, he's done multiple videos then? Has he? Is this guy just doing... Yeah, okay. He's done multiple. Because I remember Vosh just swiping this away, you know? Okay. This guy is obsessed. I said to myself.
The person should always have a say in everything around them is completely ridiculous. And Hasan completely fails to grasp this point, instead opting to give an alternative scenario where you would have some say in what happens to you, but that's...
Does this guy think that democracy should be merit-based? That you're not allowed to vote unless you have proven yourself worthy? I bet he does. I bet this guy is a Sargon fan, actually. Ooh. Sargon. No. Do we have Lotus? No, okay. Rationalist. I don't know what this is, but anyone calling themselves that is cringe. The belief that actions and ideas should be based on reason rather than emotion. What the fuck are you saying, dude? What is... Oh, you should base your actions on rationality rather than emotion. In all circumstances. Hey, my girlfriend is crying because she had an anxiety attack that she's gonna have she has a tumor in her brain because she has a headache. Okay? There's no rationality behind that. How should I act? You should tell her it's illogical. No. I should comfort her. I should reassure her. Not everything is rationality based, my dude. Right Yeah. Exposing the nonsense of clown world. Yeah, clown world memes. Oh, he's an ANCAP. Of course. So he doesn't believe in democracy then. Yeah. ANCAP.
It's not the point of the argument at all. Providing a counterexample to a reductio ad absurdum doesn't automatically disprove the point that it makes. If Hasan had at least actually studied how critical thinking works sometime in his life, he would know this. But since he clearly hasn't, the ad absurdum doesn't automatically disprove the point that it makes. If Hasan had at least actually studied how critical thinking works sometime in his life, he would know this. But since he clearly hasn't, the argument completely flies over his head. Now, I could go on and point out the further
this guy is so full of himself. He completely missed the illogical argument from Praxben and goes, oh, if Hasan had still studied this, he would have understood that I am the smartest guy in the room.
relevancies of his response to Praxben, if it can even be called a relevant.
By the way, what the fuck is this? I've studied some filmmaking on my spare time because I'm a creative boy. Do you know how if you don't have a lot of money and you don't have a lot of editing skills, or visually creative skills, black with white text, period, it gives an air of class. Actually, it's minimalistic. It's easy to read. It doesn't give this 1990s. I'm a fan. I'm somewhat of a graphic designer myself. Just Arial font is fine. Not Wingdings, not Comic Sans. Just standard Arial font. Times New Roman if you're feeling spicy. I don't know. Just keep it minimalistic. Don't go overboard with whatever the fuck this is. So average Hasan Abi response video. 1. Takes what he's responding to out of context. It wasn't out of context. He made a point. Hasan responded to that point, refuting. I don't know if he refuted it. I don't care. I refuted it. And then everything else falls after that. That's like the first pillar didn't stand, so why would the rest? It's a dominoes effect. Refutes the incomplete and or out of context points, generally by utilizing fallacies of relevance. No. Repeat process and claim victory. Kind of like you're doing, I guess.
Response, but it's pretty much just an endless pattern of Hasan failing to properly address any argument he makes while regurgitating random socialist talking points. So let's move on to another example.
Random. It's just random socialist. It has no relevance to the point, unlike the video he responded to, which had no relevance to the original point.
Feels like every bread tuber has to take blind swings at Dr. Jordan Peterson. They legitimately cannot help themselves.
Blind?
So here we are.
I knew this guy. He'd been in a motorcycle accident.
I can't do a Kermit voice.
And it really ruined him. And
it really
he was like
ruined
a linesman, working on the power. And he was
working on the
with
power
someone
and working with someone who has Parkinson's
They had
disease.
complementary inadequacies. Two of them could do the job of one person, and so they're out there fixing power lines in the freezing cold, despite the fact that one was 3/4 wrecked with a motorcycle accident, and the other one.
He's talking about a society that does not adequately take care of its people, of its disabled workers, while simultaneously loving how awesome it is that these people who are like up have to still work. They are so up that it is hard for them to complete the work of one person, and yet they are still.
Okay. Sorry if I take you out of context now, Mentis. Or respond to before you've had a chance to make your overarch. Fuck you, first of all. Secondly, this is not an appeal to emotion. He's not saying. He's appealing to ideology. Is that a logical fallacy? Appeal to ideology. Logical fallacy. Texas of El Paso. The popular fallacy of doubting or rejecting a novel claim or argument out of hand simply because it appears superficially incredible, insane, or crazy, or because it goes against one's own personal beliefs, prior experiences, or ideology. Do we know someone who does this? I don't know, Mantis. Like, this is what being a rationalist does to a motherfucker. Oh, unless you're using logic when you're arguing, you are actually wrong. Straight out of hand. That's an appeal to emotion, not using logic. Fuck you.
Still out in the freezing cold. By the way, this is a classic that happened type story where it's not true. Like, it's just like, that's definitely a fake ass story. But the fake story he chose to tell is still one that is like horrifying. A normal human being with like a shred of empathy would hear this and go, this is psychotic. Those people should be pursuing other things that are not physical. They should be able to have fulfillment elsewhere. Society or a functioning, competent government should take care of those people. Capitalism is poggers because people with late-stage Parkinson's disease still have to do hard labor to survive.
This response by Hasan once again follows the pattern.
Like, there's nothing wrong with what Hasan said there. He's making an ideological point. I'm just gonna say that he's making like whenever Hasan is making an ideological argument that this guy tries to refute by saying it's emotional, whatever. I'm just gonna say he's making an ideological and understand that Mentis wave is wrong there.
And responding to an incomplete point followed by incoherent socialist snark. It's particularly bizarre this time around because if you actually watch the original video from Dr. Peterson, it's not even really about capitalism or socialism at all, but about how reality is harsh, nature is cruel, and one way to deal with the difficulties of how the universe unforgivingly operates is through self-improvement and strong ethics. It's more of a philosophical point than anything else.
So he's allowed to be illogical in his argumentations. Oh, I see. When Jordan Peterson makes a philosophical argument about how working when you have a severe disability out in the freezing cold, you can hardly stand up straight, you can't hold a tool even. Oh, well, that's just a philosophical argument. That has nothing to do with what Hasan said. But Hasan, he's just making an emotional argument. How do you square these two? Hasan made a philosophical argument. Ideology is a philosophical argument. But again, he's so blinded by his own ideology that he can't see that.
There's this idea that hell is a bottomless pit, and that's because no matter how bad it is, some
emotional
stupid son of a bitch like you could figure out a way to make it a lot worse.
That's an emotional argument.
So you think, well...
That's... fear? Is that an... No, it's just emotional. It's just an emotional argument. What the fuck?
What do you do about that? Well, you accept it.
Why?
That's what life is like. It's suffering.
Why?
That's what the religious people have always said. Life is suffering. Yes. Well, who wants to admit that? Well, just think about it. Well, so what do you do in the face of that suffering? Try to reduce it. Start with yourself. What good are you? Get yourself together for Christ's sake so that when your father dies, you're not whining away in a corner and you can help plan the funeral and you can stand up solidly so that people can rely on you. That's better. Don't be a damn victim.
So the snip.
Okay. Just to respond then to what he thinks is, I don't know, a good argument against Hasan there. I don't know. Because what Hasan is arguing is that it should be better. We should do better. But doing better doesn't mean you should be forced to work in horrible conditions after an accident. We should take care of people who have that. That's his argument. But you said that's a emotional argument. So I'm assuming now Jordan Peterson, well, he's also an emotional boy. He's also making an emotional argument here. Is he? Is he making it? Because he was talking about hell and how that scares people. What is fear if not emotions?
The clip Hasan is responding to here is completely taken out of context. It's a 7-minute video, feel free to watch it all for yourself if you want. Hasan's socialist dribble here has almost nothing to do with what Dr. Peterson is talking about. But just for fun, let's pretend for a moment that it does. Hasan's argument here is basically the classic grift that presupposes socialism would do a better job providing people a higher quality of life than market economies. Because as we all know, people having to work in harsh conditions never happened in Stalin's Russia or Mao's China. This is of course completely untrue. There are numerous studies that have proven that the freer the market, the higher the people's quality of life. So the only way Hasan's reasoning makes sense here is if he is talking about a utopian ideal of socialism, which therefore follows the same reasoning error that every utopian argument makes. That it may be true in theory, but useless in practice. For instance, you could say, "Hey kids, I've got a great idea. How about we all agree to just stop doing bad things? Yeah, man, if nobody did any bad things anymore, then the world would be a happy land paradise. I'm so smart. Why didn't anyone else ever think of such a simple solution? Everyone sing Kumbaya and stop doing bad stuff." While this kind of statement is correct in theory, it's obviously not feasible, and therefore just complete juvenile feel-goodism. Yeah, sure, if the government was perfect and didn't ever fall to corruption and perfectly took care of people who were suffering, society would be better. But in reality, government corruption increases with its power, so Hasan's argument here is nothing more than just wishful thinking and infantile nonsense. But what else does he have to say?
Okay. I let him speak his mind there because he spewing so much nonsense. And I didn't want to have to pause every 5 minutes. A lots of appeal to emotion from you there, first of all. Second of all, you call yourself a rationalist, my dude. That is the most utopian ideal you can have. Thinking you can be a perfectly rational boy. It is so out of touch with how humans work that I don't know how you can ascend that ideal. What I have my critique, and Hasan, like, it's fair to say that Hasan used the critique against Hasan that, hey, in China, North Korea, Soviet Union, blah, blah, because Hasan is much less critical of it. But to think that we can't take care of people suffering or people with very debilitating disorders unless the government is never corrupt. It's called something. It is also a fallacy. It is let's see here. What is this? Ad hominem? Yeah, name calling. Sounds like you are an asshat. Yeah, that's what I said. Okay. History appeal to tradition. It might be appeal to tradition actually, because it is absolute non sequitur, but that can be said about almost every. But it's like a golden fallacy of utopia. The Nirvana fallacy, is that it? Informal fallacy comparing actual things with comparing actual things with unrealistic, idealized alternatives. Yes. He is saying, he's creating a false dichotomy here by claiming that unless everything is perfect We have to make people suffer. You know, pretty much. You won't find this in Sweden. Sweden is not perfect. We are currently, like I've said in this stream, we are currently plunging into fascism here. But we still take care of those people who suffer horribly debilitating conditions at this moment. I've been on disability leave for almost an entire year myself. Over what? Over ADHD, my man. Over not getting my treatment. Over having to white knuckle myself for 30 fucking 6 years of life. My engine was running low. My gas was out. I had revved my engine on the first gear for 36 years, driving at 60 miles per hour, 100 kilometers per hour. On the first fucking gear. Now, American boys out in the audience, and especially Mantis Wave, I guess, won't understand this. Because you drive automatics. But it's not good to drive in first gear, okay? Do not drive in first gear for that long. But again, he's so ideologically blinded here.
In the cold.
That's how our civilization works. It's like there's all these ruined people out there. They've got problems like you can't believe. Off they go to work and do things they don't even like. And look, the lights are on.
This is yet another instance like we're watching those like get rich quick scammers describe how a fundamentally broken system works, but they say it with like a positive association.
Yeah.
So you are left to believe that this is a positive thing, but because it's actually true, the thing that
this isn't even this is, first of all, not an appeal to emotion. He's just describing what people do when they try to dupe you into thinking everything is fine and hustle culture is perfectly good. That's not an appeal to emotion. What the fuck are you talking about? First of all. Second of all, he's not even making an ideological argument here. He's just describing what they do and what Peterson just did.
that they're saying. If you have a shred of empathy, you hear that and you go,
Like Peterson, what is it? Appeal to history? Appeal to tradition. The old way of thinking was proven correct when introduced, i.e., since the old way of thinking was prevalent, it was necessarily correct. In reality, this may be false. The tradition might be entirely based on incorrect grounds. That is what you're doing right now.
you go, that's fucking psychotic. That's not good. That's bad. You described wage slavery and how people who are like
he's making
fucking forced to do hard labor to keep your shitty fucking lights on.
Again, if you had watched the full clip of what Dr. Peterson meant, it becomes obvious that Hasan's response has very little to do with it. It's like he just prepares canned pro-socialist responses and tries to fit them into whatever he is responding to. That's pretty much what we are seeing here. Dr. Peterson's point that we should be grateful for human perseverance is completely missed in favor of capitalism bad because people have to work. Reality check. People also have to work under socialism and under generally worse conditions.
Wait. He said that. Well, we're at 12 minutes, but Hasan said that. Can we get the... I'm not hearing anything. You guys are hearing something. Why am I not hearing anything? What? No, you guys aren't hearing anything else. Oh, I fucking muted myself. I saw my microphone meter go up, and that's why I thought you guys heard, but that was just me speaking. Sorry.
Society that does not adequately take care of its people, of its disabled workers, while simultaneously loving how awesome it is that these people who are like up have to still work. They are so up that it is hard for them to complete the work of one person, and yet they are still out in the freezing cold. By the way, this is a classic that happened type story where it's not true. Like, it's just like, that's definitely a fake ass story. But the fake story he chose to tell is still one that is like horrifying. A normal human being with like a shred of empathy would hear this and go, this is psychotic. Those people should be pursuing other things that are not physical. They should be able to have fulfillment elsewhere. Society or a function.
Did he say they shouldn't do something? No. He said they should do something other than physical labor. They should be allowed to pursue other things. They're not useless to society. They can still create value for society. They can still contribute to society. It is one thing if this guy was a live streamer and he forgot that, because first Hasan said they shouldn't work, but what he's clearly saying is they shouldn't do manual labor, hard manual labor. They should probably have, an office job or something like that. But you meant this way. Let's go back a bit.
To keep your
Peterson meant, it becomes obvious that Hasan and tries to fit them into whatever he is responding to. That's pretty much what we are seeing here. Dr. Peterson's point that we should be grateful for human perseverance is completely missed in favor of capitalism bad because people have to work. Reality check. People also...
Again, he never said that. Ever.
Work under socialism. And
I have my critique of Hasan. Hard critique of Hasan. But I've never actually heard him say people shouldn't work. People shouldn't... Like, he's probably said something like people shouldn't have to work, or your personal value doesn't come from work, or something like that. I don't think he said we should never work as a guiding principle, because labor, Marx talked about labor. But... No, it's ludicrous. It's dishonest. It's a nonsense. No, it's lying. That's the logical fallacy. He's just lying.
Generally worse conditions. Until we reach the technological singularity where robots can do all jobs better than humans can, there are jobs that just have to get done that people will have to do regardless of what political or economic system they are living under.
Of course, this guy is a technocrat. Technology will not reduce will reduce the labor we do, but not under capitalism. Under capitalism, what it will do is make people make more people unemployed. That is what technological advancements do. In a socialist society, in a society where workers control the means of production, yeah, technological advances will mean that we can stop working at some point. Probably. And pursue just interests, hobbies, and stuff like that on a full-time basis without having a need for monetary value being the desired outcome, But not under capitalism, absolutely not under Ancapistan, okay?
So once again, Hasan's reasoning here is just completely missing the point, irrelevant utopian nonsense. The rest of his video on Dr. Peterson doesn't get any better, so let's just move on to the final example of Hasan's response video style, this time featuring Tim Pool.
That it was like, there's like a political message in Squid Game.
Yeah, the writer, at least that's what he said.
My takeaway from it was communism bad. That was my takeaway from it.
The creator called it a fable for modern day capitalism.
Yeah.
But also for life and the competitiveness of life. And that message, it's not subtle at the end.
Nothing is more cancerous than watching someone give light spoilers or fucking full-blown spoilers about a show that was like insanely popular that everyone and their mothers watch, but being on the internet and like having to discuss it or watch it on a Twitch stream, it's literally just like, it makes me want to fucking video game myself. Like, we get it, bro. You didn't watch it. Most likely you're not intending to watch it. I think it's really stupid that it's so like overtly, it's not even an undertone, it's like so overtly anti-capitalist.
Ah yes, the Squid Game debate over whether it makes...
I never watched it, actually. I have a very strong reaction to suffering, actually, to human emotions. And Squid Game was so effective at conveying how horrific the treatment of the people were, how little worth the people in Squid Game had, that I couldn't watch it. It actually made me physically ill. That's how good it was. But just the first episode was enough for me to understand, oh, this is about capitalism. How horrifying it is. Oh, was it the child's game where you try to flip someone else's package of something? I don't know. And you could take a slap to the face if you don't succeed, to try again. But if you succeed, you get $100 or something like that. I don't remember exactly. But that alone was a scathing criticism of capitalism.
Makes capitalism look bad or communism look bad. I briefly mentioned this in refuting Brit. It makes
anti-capitalist.
Ah yes, the Squid Game debate over whether it makes capitalism look bad or communism look bad. I briefly mentioned this in refuting BreadTubers episode 1 featuring Vosh. I suppose now is as good of time as any to explain this in more depth. The basis of the discussion is that Squid Game is showing problems caused by too much power in the hands of the few, while people in the bottom have to fight for their lives just to scrape by. And the people with power exploit their power and take sadistic pleasure in watching the struggle of those less fortunate. In other words, Squid Game's general narrative can be interpreted as an allegory for social issues caused by monopolies and corruption. Now, the issue here is that capitalism actually does a better job at preventing monopolies and corruption than socialism does.
No, it doesn't. No. Oh my God, you're fucking... I'm a fucking moron, okay? I'm freely admitting that I'm a fucking moron who knows next to nothing about real world issues, okay? But that is so fucking idiotic to say that capitalism is a better way to dilute power across the people, across a population, than socialism. Capitalism isn't preventing itself from becoming monopolistic. Liberal ideals, liberalism as it was intended from at the start, that is what's doing it. Laws, people, capitalism. Oh, the only thing the top priority of every fucking capitalist or every corporation, period, not capitalist or all corporations, the goal of them, even if they're not stated outright, is monopoly. If you can gain a monopoly like Uber, you jack up the prices and you screw everyone over. Yes, in the beginning, oh look, competition is good. But if nobody can keep up with the competition, if they have such deep pockets that they can undermine everyone else, every other competitor, so everyone uses them, and then that corporation gobbles up the other corporations without problem, what happens to the prices? Why would they stay as low? You like logic, Mentis. Why would they stay low after they've already gobbled up all the competition? Oh, but some other corporation will come along. No, it won't. No, it won't, because no other corporation will be able to have as deep pockets. Capitalism doesn't prevent corruption. Capitalism is corruption.
Does. Because there is one big monopoly that socialists
Why is it
completely
such a like? I am.
avoid when
What is Why? What are you doing with the colors? Stop it. Horrible editing.
talking about this subject. The state. If the state ends up owning everything, then this is about narrative can be interpreted as an allegory for social issues caused by monopolies and corruption. Now, the issue here is that capitalism actually does a better job at
Yes, you can probably... Again, I haven't seen it myself, the entirety. I've only seen the first episode, so I can't speak entirely. Based on the first episode, and based on the intent of the author, and based on the setting of the series, South Korea, it is absolutely specifically about capitalism. Can you read Can you read other things into it? Yes, of course. You can do that about anything. The Mona Lisa. No, not the Mona Lisa. That's a bad example. Let's take Batman, the Batman, the latest Batman movie. It's about, in my interpretation, and I think I'm fairly spot on here, about vigilantism not being a solution to social problems. But you can interpret it as the state needs to crack down harder. The state needs to have more police because one guy can't do it all. You can interpret anything however the fuck you want. Doesn't make it right.
Preventing monopolies and corruption than socialism does, because there is one big monopoly that socialists completely avoid when talking about this subject. The state. If the state ends up owning everything, then this is by definition the biggest monopoly you can possibly have, as well as being the ultimate form of corporatist corruption. And the thing is, this is exactly what happens when socialism is pushed to its logical conclusions. Communal ownership of the means of production really just means that whoever has bureaucratic power controls the means of production, which is why whenever communism is seriously attempted, it always ends in state ownership of the means of production, which results in one of the most corrupt and most monopolistic societies in terms of power dynamics that can possibly exist. This is basically why Tim Pool is saying that Squid Game is actually a critique of communism, because communism's logical conclusion is state ownership, which history has proven. For anyone watching this video that is new,
which history, again, fallacy of antiquity. Oh, that's how people... That's like saying, oh, the logical conclusion of democracy is a dictatorship. Is horrific... A horrific dictatorship of with repression of rights and warring and yada yada. Like, you can make that logical conclusion based on past events. Doesn't mean that it's right. Doesn't mean that democracy inevitably leads towards that. It means that if you don't guard for it, that's where it's going to lead. That's where fascist forces are going to use democracy to get into power. We don't even have to go as far back as Rome. We can just look at Turkey. We can look at Hungary. We can look at Russia. And we can look at Europe. We can look at America. Every fucking democracy has to battle fascism internally, constantly, in order to not fall for it, in order to not allow it to get a hold of government and use democratically created institutions for their own will. But I wouldn't throw out democracy because of that. Socialism, the logical conclusion of socialism, is not oppression, is not North Korea, China, USSR. Because guess what? The people don't own the government there, or didn't own in the case of USSR. It's a fascist dictatorship. How can the people own the means of production? But he would say, oh, but the logical conclusion, oh, it doesn't matter, that's where it leads to. No, fuck that. In my worldview, it leads to less government intervention. It leads to a lowering of government regulation on people, actually. I want people to be competent and informed enough to handle regulation of their industry by themselves. But we can't do that without workplace democracy and worker-owned corporations. That is my logical conclusion. But I don't have a history to point towards. Oh no. This guy would be a redcoat during the War of Independence for America. Absolutely. Oh, democracy has led to dictatorships. We can't allow that. The king has to reign supreme, or we are gonna fall for our worst instincts.
New to the socialism versus capitalism debate, this is possibly the biggest reason of all that socialism doesn't work. The very definition of socialism, defined by socialists as common ownership of the means of production and distribution, is not actually an achievable goal. Without
worker owned, not common owned. What?
The biggest reason of all that socialism doesn't work. The very definition of socialism, defined by socialists as common ownership of the means of production.
No, not common ownership. Worker ownership
And distribution is not actually an achievable goal without authoritarian control. So
let me let me take this in good faith then. If I was in control, I could snap my fingers. Would I create a socialist communist utopia here? No, I wouldn't. What would happen if we did that would be that nobody would dare to invest money in us, would dare to trade with us, yada, yada. We'd had massive issues on the international markets. We still rely on other nations, and I don't want to abandon other nations' ability to achieve socialism. So we have to be international in our approach towards this. So what would I do? First of all, the government institutes a foundation or a loan program where workers are given the ability to buy the corporations they work for under certain conditions. The corporation is moving out of the country. Sorry, we have to have a vote on if we should buy the corporation or not, collectively. And then run it as a worker-owned, democratically run workplace. Maybe it's going bankrupt. Or, you know what? It wants to sell. Some other corporation wants to buy it, and they are interested. Sorry, workers have to have a vote, and the government steps in with the loan under very, very lucrative circumstances, and the loan is forgiving if it's not been able to be paid back within, I don't know, 20 years, something like that. Whatever. That's step one. Step two that I would implement then in a few years down the line, when we've seen the fruits of this and people are starting to demand it more and more and asking their own corporations to sell to them, to open up for that, because I don't like the state forcing it in the beginning. Well, once we get to that point, we can go to elections on transferring our current system of stock options towards this system of worker-owned, democratically run corporations as the main mode of organizing a corporation. How, let me ask you, Mentis Wave, does that lead to a dictatorship? How? Just, I have no idea how you can go from that to, then we need to centralize everything in the government. No. No. Absolutely not. And he's going to say, but the loans means the government owns it. No, it doesn't. You can just have a provision in there that says the government doesn't have a say in how the corporation is run, just like the banks don't have a say in how the corporation is run, as long as the payments are made. We can it's politics. It's democracy. You can just say, you can just choose not to do it, you know? You can just choose not to elect far-right fascists.
Socialists have never come up with a good answer to this problem. Well, they've certainly tried, of course, but their answers all fall flat.
Everybody wears the same clothes. They have limited access to anything. They get garbage food every day. They're like, okay, the game's over. Here's the food you get, and they get trash. Yeah. And they're fighting each other because they're starving. That, to me, is an indictment of communism. And if this guy who made the show is actually like, it's actually capitalism that's bad, I'm like, it just goes to show this is a person who made a great show but was really dumb and didn't understand.
Why? Because you can argue that that's an analogy for communist nations. Sure. But why were they there? What drove the people to be in the game? What drove them to stay in the game? Not stay in the game because or partake in the game initially. The dream of money. And if I recall correctly, if they vote to stop collectively, they all share the money, I believe. So, but it's greed. He's critiquing greed. How much people are willing to debase themselves. How willing people are to crawl on the ground for scraps. That's the critique he has.
And they were actually critiquing.
Wait. So he's saying the show is actually about communism, not capitalism. And even if the creator himself says that, then even then he's wrong. I love that carve out that he did, where he just he basically was like, I know I'm fucking wrong, but it doesn't matter. The creator himself and his artistic vision is also possibly wrong. If I get owned down the line, I'll have an out. I'll simply state that I was right. Easy.
I mean, I'm going to be charitable here and say, artists can be wrong about their own art. I mean, it's death of the author is a thing for a reason. Honestly, remove what's the bitch name? J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling. Remove her from the Harry Potter series. Isn't it kind of transpositive, actually, in its messaging? There's no trans characters. But why, in general, wouldn't it be kind of easy to just say, here's a potion. Now you're a woman. Wouldn't, that world is made to be trans positive. Isn't there even it's not what you're born, Harry Potter. It's not how you're born. It matters not what someone is born, but what they grow to be. This is a fucking trans message that prior to J.K. Rowling opening up about her being a TERF, trans people actually quoted.
Bye, I win. What a fucking ruling, pathetic little baby way of looking at.
Now, Hasan's response to this is one of the worst I've ever seen. He neglects to meaningfully respond to the subject of Tim Pool's implied point, instead opting to simply restate that the creator of Squid Game says it's a valid critique of capitalism, therefore it just is. Think about this rationally for a moment. For instance, if a flat earther makes a movie and claims that his story proves the earth is flat, but upon watching the movie it includes a bunch of geometric data that when examined actually proves the earth is round, does this movie prove the earth is flat because the creator claims so, or does it prove the earth is round because the data shows so? Obviously the latter. Just because a person intends for their artistic work of fiction to serve as an allegory to prove point X doesn't magically mean it successfully proves point X. Again, this is very basic critical thinking skills. So what Hasan is saying here is effectively just claiming that Squid Game is a critique of capitalism because the creator says so, and because the creator says so, the critique is automatically, magically valid. This is a circular argument, and for that reason, there really isn't any value in going further into Hasan's response to Tim Pool on Squid.
Okay. Begging the question, a circular argument in which conclusions... No? First of all, Hasan didn't argue anything. It is so dishonest to grab something like a streamer, especially someone who streams 8 hours a day, and he just reacts to something Tim Pool says. Oh, what a fucking idiot! Blah 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 blah. He thinks blah blah blah. Meanwhile, Tim Pool just looks at the aesthetics and goes, and therefore it's about communism. It's just about aesthetics. Just because they look like it could have been from communism doesn't mean that it's about communism. Like, imagine if Nazi Germany hadn't, invaded half of Europe. More than half, right? Maybe. But half of Europe. Imagine that. And imagine they still existed and continued. We have no idea. It's hard to imagine. It's hard to know. But it's very likely, considering how... Oh, you know what? No, actually, we don't have to go that way. All right, it's one word, of course. Maybe, just maybe, something can be said about Nazi Germany as well. These are not soldiers. These are kids. But my guess is, I'd wager that he'd claim that Nazi Germany, Nazi stands for Nationalsozialism. National Socialism. It's socialism. That's his argument. I guarantee it. It's not that it's fascism that breeds this kind of thinking. Like we're seeing in America at the moment with demands of or the turf movement in America, where anyone deviating from traditional gender roles is immediately assumed to be trans, immediately assumed to be a danger, to be a groomer, which forces people to conform to the same type of patterns, just like in Nazi Germany, or in Stalinist Russia, or in China or North Korea, where these dictators, fascist dictators, create an environment where anyone who looks like they might have more money, looks like they might be more educated, looks like they think they're above you, even though they might not think that, is immediately made suspicious of being a counter-revolutionary, which conforms people automatically into the same type of appearance. But this guy is a fucking moron, obviously. And again, begging the question. No, it's not begging the question. Substantiate that, please. Let me just see here, begging the question.
So what Hasan is saying here is effectively just claiming that Squid Game is a critique of capitalism because the creator says so, and because the creator says so, the critique is automatically, magically valid. This is a circular argument, and for that reason, there really isn't any value in going further into Hasan's response to Tim Pool on Squid Game.
He thinks that because the author said it, and I refer to the author's intended critique, or intended, or I refer to the author's intentions. That is begging the question, this guy thinks. That is not how begging the question works. Can I get a question? Can I get an example? Wait. That food made me nauseous. No, the food was nauseous. It made you nauseated. Come on, you're just begging the question. I annoy people on the side using beg. Oh, how fucking perfect. How salient is this? Can I get an example? Murder is always morally wrong. Therefore, abortion is morally wrong. That is begging the question. You're connecting things in. I'm not good at. People announce for thousands of years that the Earth is round. Yeah, okay. Here's the begging the questions. You are saying in the premise, the question that you're begging here. I don't know. Fuck it. I can't explain this, but I know it's wrong. You're just gonna have to trust me. I know it's wrong.
Bad takes built on this faulty foundation. To conclude this section, here are some other examples of this type of pause, spew bullshit, repeat, claim victory style of content from.
I love how, again, the editing here is perfect.
Here are some other examples of this type of pause.
Why is it behind everything here? What? I'm somewhat of an editor myself.
Spew bullshit, repeat, claim victory style of content from Hasan. Feel free to watch them yourself and see if you can spot how often his responses have little to do with the central argument he is responding to. Alternatively, you can look at other leftist streamer bros like Vosh or Xanderhall, as they both produce a similar style of content with this pattern of pause, spew nonsense, repeat. Now this next section represents a far bigger problem, leftist racism. Another pattern in the type of far-left, unresearched streamer bro content Hasan Abi creates, and possibly the most dangerous problem with it, is a strong tendency to partake in race baiting and what some like to call leftist racism, especially when...
I've seen this comic, I don't remember it. Right-wing racism. I only date white men because miscegenation is sinful degeneracy. I only employ whites in my company. Fucking terrorists, stop fucking goats and exploding all day. Whites, colored people, you're fucking black. Normal. I date Mark because he's sweet and caring and we're good together. I only employ the most qualified in my company. Idealism much? Hi Mudassir. Hi John. Welcome. I only date men of color because it shows how progressive I am. It actually happens. It does. I hire an exact ratio of blacks, reds, yellows, vaginas, and whites. Not crackers, but whites apparently. If a company doesn't look like a bowl of Reese's Pieces, it can't function, and also racism. Oh, you poor little Muslim. It's okay if you rape and murder one and blah, blah, blah. You're fucking white!
When the facts are against these streamers. This is a common problem with BreadTube in general, so I'll first start by explaining the issue in detail. For those who do not know, leftist racism is a form of racial discrimination that tries to frame itself as improving equity, diversity, and inclusion between collective groups. You can think of it as racial discrimination against the individual, with the lame excuse given that said discrimination is somehow justified because it will supposedly improve collective equity.
I don't take that away from me. Say or do something incredibly racist, but framed in a way that it's for the sake of diversity, equity, inclusion, and or satisfying the progressive stack. There are people on the left that do this. They were very, very prevalent during Gamergate, I'm sad to say. But there is a point in guarding for like diversity in the workplace. There is a point to that. The immigrant. Okay, someone who has straight A's in school. Let's go there. Straight A's in school, but comes from the hegemonic demographic, is born into the country, speaks the language perfectly, etc., etc., etc. Compared, and maybe a highly educated parents, compared to an immigrant who had to first learn the language, then had to learn the education system because the education they came from either didn't exist or was severely lacking compared to our standards, let's say it that way, to make it more inclusive. And they only get C's. Is that a fair comparison? Should the kid with straight A's, because of that, always get better treatment? This guy would say, yes, of course, he's proven himself. I'd say that the kid who probably even had to have a second job, didn't have rich parents, didn't have the ability to hire a tutor, if we're talking about America, it's becoming more prevalent here in Sweden as well, but it wasn't a thing at all when I grew up, at least. All of these factors mean that the kid who struggled and got lower grades probably did more to earn those grades than the kid with straight A's. But you can't take it too far. But you just need to guard for that. Hollywood is a great example of this, where they have interns. The internships in Hollywood, most of the people there are from middle income or above. Why? Because they can afford to take a years-long internship. The poor inner city kid with bad grades, with good grades even, can't afford the internship, therefore can't make the connections, therefore won't get the job after their education. But this guy will never talk about that. This guy will think, oh, well, that's just meritocracy for you. No, fuck that. It is a perverted system. It is a perverted way of looking at what meritocracy is or should be.
Lame excuse given that said discrimination is somehow justified because it will supposedly improve collective equity. Spoilers, it usually doesn't. And evidence has actually been mounting in recent years that this type of discrimination actually increases.
Set out in black and white. United States perception of black-white relations? What does this have to do with? Oh, wrong. Stop it.
Justified because it will supposedly improve collective equity. Spoilers, it usually doesn't. And evidence has actually been mounting in recent years that this type of discrimination actually...
These are things they started talking about in 2012. They replaced class war with race war. Race war does not threaten their profits. that's capitalism? This is something completely different? I mean, they are connected, these two things, but what? Ratings on 0 to 100 feeling thermometers. What are we doing? Feelings-based arguments now? Set out in black and white. United States perception of black-white race relations. So young people actually have positive views? Or no, that's over time. Sorry. That's over time, not age. So over time they've gone down. That's not surprising. Considering the far right governments that America has had. But this has nothing to do with the argument you just made. This is a complete non-sequitur. Listen. He just...
in detail. For those who do not know, leftist racism is a form of racial discrimination that tries to frame itself as improving equity, diversity, and inclusion between collective groups. You can think of it as racial discrimination against the individual, with the lame excuse given that said discrimination is somehow justified because it will supposedly improve collective equity. Spoilers, it usually doesn't. And evidence has actually been mounting in recent years that this type of discrimination actually...
So he is jumping the gun, maybe? Is that what he's doing? Jumping the gun? No. He's not jumping the shark either. But it's a non sequitur. It has nothing to do with the other. He is saying that because we talk about race relations have gone, or just because we tell ourselves to be, or talk about being aware of how minorities are treated in the workplace, and we advocate for giving them more of the slice. Therefore, it leads to a left-wing type of racism where we say you have to have it. Therefore, we have this because the corporations have started talking about this. But he's not connected the dots yet. I'm still waiting for a dot to be connected here, but he won't because I can hear it in his voice. He thinks this is a slam dunk. You found a correlation, not a causation. Corporations, let me connect the dots here, which you absolutely won't. Corporations latched onto this with the D'Angelo thing, having seminars, doing like doing corporate education on racism, which of course they will, rather than do it on economic issues. Of course they will. Why would they freely talk about the economic issues? That means they're screwing over their workers? Like, of course they won't. But the corporations also like the right-wing governments. They fund right-wing politicians. And the right-wing politicians stoke the flames of racism, meaning we have less, meaning our race relations have gone down, of course. That's the correlation. This is just numbers on a screen that somehow has nothing to do with each other, actually.
Increases racial distrust and has an overall negative impact on race relations. It serves as no surprise then that many leftist racists are also Marxists or follow some form of socialist ideology. The guiding philosophy of collective equality behind this form of racism is fundamentally the same garbage. Now, leftist racism generally follows a concept known as the progressive stack, and just to prove I am not strawmanning this, I will use the definition written by leftists on Wikipedia. The progressive stack is a
by leftists on Wikipedia? While technically just a speaking technique, the mentality behind the progressive stack easily bleeds into everything else they do. Let me... I love it when people call Wikipedia something. What is this low-res image? Fucking hell. The progressive dissect technique used to give marginalized groups a greater chance to speak. It is sometimes an introduction to or stepping stone to conscious decision-making in which simple majorities have less power. The technique works by allowing people to speak on the basis of race, sex, and other group memberships, with preferences given to memberships of groups that are considered the most marginalized. Yeah, okay. So this is kind of like Barton Hinkle. Like, you know, you trigger me with your hand clapping, so you have to stop that kind of stuff, you know. And I have critiques of that as well. But this guy's going to blow it out of the park, isn't he?
Technique used to give marginalized groups a greater chance to speak. It is sometimes an introduction to or stepping stone to consensus decision making in which simple majorities have less power. The technique works by allowing people to speak on the basis of race, sex, and other group membership, with
what the fuck is this voice?
preference given to members of groups that are considered the most marginalized. In other words, the value of what you have to say is not based on your individual experience or merit, but where they decide to subjectively rank you based on your group identity's victimhood points. For the most part, in the United States, they rank Western European Americans in first place and East Asian Americans in second place. Thus, most leftist racism will usually target one of these two groups, usually the former, but sometimes the latter too. An example of this in action would be wanting to end higher education programs for students that are ahead in math because too many of them are either white or Asian. Oh no. And
yeah, I have critique of that as well. I call myself a socialist. And I have critique of that as well. I'm sorry. Can I not be a socialist and have critiques of this? What is the throughput here? Are all socialists alike? Are we just a hive mind of same think?
Thus creating racial inequity. So therefore, these white and Asian kids'
Hasan?
futures must be sacrificed to the god of DEI.
I'm still waiting for Hasan here.
Unfortunately, is not a hypothetical example. Yeah, they actually did that. When leftist racism is called out, they will typically try to argue that racism is prejudice plus power, or other forms of arguing semantics and equivocation. Therefore, insults like this...
Did I say, oh my god, saltine cracker? Like, people are just bitter because it's saltine cracker. That's not what I said, you dumb cracker bitch.
Are magically not racist because, you know, changing the definitions magically changes the properties. But in all seriousness...
No, they are racist. They are. I don't care. It's not a harmful racism, really. It's like a funny one. I think people should be able to say racist words. I think people should be able to say racist jokes. Absolutely. It's the intent. It's the harm being done that you need to guard yourself of. If you're among friends and you say something racist, or not say something, you make a racist joke, that's fine. The friends know you. But if all your jokes are racist, if every single fucking joke you make has racist undertones, I'm gonna look weird on you. You're gonna be weird, okay? What you joke about says something about your beliefs, but it doesn't mean, like, if I, like, cracker, doesn't mean you have animosity towards white people necessarily, though it absolutely can do that. I can probably point to someone who Professor Flowers would absolutely use it that way. But it doesn't have to. The joke can just be, this doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything. You have all the power still. You're not going to be harmed by it. That can be the thoughts it denotes.
Seriousness, this insane concept has been refuted in extreme detail by PSA Sitch a while back. Or sometimes they will just flat out say that what they are doing is somehow a good thing due to their inability to comprehend that it's logically impossible to rationalize aggressive identity politics for one group without also justifying it for groups you don't like. It'd pull for we, but not for thee. Alternatively, they will fling baseless accusations at people they disagree.
This guy wants to be racist. Abso-fucking-lutely. It pull for me, but not for thee. Do you want to commit to do it, Paul? Do you want to? Is that what you is that the thing you're hoping to be able to do? I'm betting.
Disagree with of being a fascist bigot or something, kind of like this.
Lores lol. Anti-cracker mental gymnastics. You're insulting someone based on their race. Insulting someone based on their race is racist. By calling someone a cracker, you're being racist. Pro-cracker mental gymnastics. No roaches were slave owners. Honkies. This is payback for those tighty-whities. Honkies invented racism. This is like straight up like a fucking... This is like a Nazi meme, bro. What the...
There is obviously nothing...
Okay. I can agree. That's not good from Hasan. Just admit it's racist. It is racism. Then ask yourself, and where's the harm?
Remotely fascist about a meme explaining why racial discrimination is wrong. The only thing he doesn't like about this is the specific group it's talking about. You could easily just replace the identity groups in this meme with identity groups that the far left actually likes, and Hasan Abi would be defending the meme without changing anything else about it. But of course, psychological projection is just another feature, not a bug, of leftist racism, so these brilliant double standards
I agree here. You should be able to say cracker. Absolutely. Just like I should be able to say retard.
Not surprising at all. So let's look at some more examples of this in action. We will start with his take on Kyle Rittenhouse.
Bebo replied to me. Oh, he did? He said, well, there it is, the Rittenhouse precedent. That precedent is called self-defense, and it has been central to every single legal regime in human history. Oh, there it is, boys. The precedent is called self-defense. No way, dude, is it? That's crazy. America do be kind of broken. I mean, it is. We knew that already. We have a white supremacist criminal justice system. I don't know why people get so triggered by the sentiment, okay? Obviously, there is a float of leniency offered to, especially...
Wait. Like, you can have critique of how he handled the Rittenhouse thing. But to claim that America doesn't have a white supremacist problem in its justice system, now you're just ignoring facts, my dude. Study is the word I'm looking for. 20 Can I read? Thank you. A 2014 University of Michigan Law School study, for instance, found that all other factors being equal, black offenders were 75% more likely to face a charge carrying a mandatory minimum sentence than a white offender who committed the same crime. They've done study after study after study. They've even done theoretical studies where they invent... like they have case studies that they've just created out of thin air. And one is white and one is black. That's the only difference. And the black man gets a longer sentence. Violence in the criminal history does not appear to contribute to the sentence imposed, except as it may factor into a score under sentencing guidelines, the study said. As a white person, you are like stop and frisk in New York. Did it target black people or did it target white people? I'm going to say targeted black people. Hispanic maybe as well. Maybe, perhaps. but it absolutely didn't target white people. The whole history, like redlining and prior to Jim Crow, slavery, not having given people compensation, what is it called? Reparations, not giving them reparations that they were promised. Jim Crow, World War II, giving white soldiers money to buy a home when they get home, but not giving it to black people, redlining, all of this, all of that, have fucked over black people for long, since they came to America as slaves. It has fucked over black people. And then you're gonna say, but the system isn't racist today. Why not? Oh, but we don't have redlining. We've removed Jim Crow. We have corrected the system. How do you know? How can you tell? I can't tell that. No study that I've ever read or seen or had referenced, and you're not gonna reference any study here, are you? You're not gonna reference any expert with knowledge on the issue and say that claims the system isn't racist anymore. Are you? No. You're just gonna laugh at him. Just like you claimed it was bad when he did previously. Not there, Tim Pool. He laughed at Tim Pool for saying, it's a critique of socialism. Uh-huh.
Especially a young wannabe cop, conservative kid who shot literally people that were there during a BLM protest. So, yeah. And if you consider that to be ridiculous, if you consider that sentiment to be ridiculous, then, shut the fuck up. Plus you're white, plus ratio, plus you never even fell up so that you could fell off. I'm just saying, like, the idea that, like, people's attitudes are not remarkably different when the person that, like, is on trial is literally like a white person. I'm sure this will shock.
This barely even needs to be
Like, again, humorless. But that's fascism for you. Fascists are humorless. By necessity. I don't think by default, but I think by necessity you have to be humorless. Because humor demands a level of introspection that fascists can't have. Yeah. It's just fascists can't have humor because you have to conform yourself. So you don't understand humor. You don't see humor. You don't recognize it. Oh, he said the word. Who cares? Fuck off, retard.
Refuted because of how blatantly insane it is. Ah yes, Kyle Rittenhouse being found not guilty had nothing to do with the fact that there was video evidence proving...
Whoa. What did he bring up here?
He had nothing to do with the fact...
Fucking defense said that they ran 2 mock trials, one putting Rittenhouse on the stand to testify and one without, and it did better with him on it, which is why they did it. What? Of course they did rehearse it. But this is Hasan's community for you. Yeah? What if it was you? Would you not want them to give you the best defense they could?
Fact that there was video evidence proving he acted in self-defense. Multiple...
It's shrouded in some mystery because not everything was shown. Yes, he was running from people, and they probably shouldn't have chased him like that. They probably should have not charged him like that. But we don't have the full history. We don't have the full encounter on record.
Witnesses of Rosenbaum's aggressive behavior or Grosskreut's broken and deceptive testimony. In the mind of the lefty racist,
Who the fuck is this? Good Morning America? Who
House
are you?
is a fucking white male. And so clearly is...
Okay, Cracker.
only getting off as a product of his whiteness, evidence, and facts be damned. The overwhelming evidence proving his innocence does not matter to them. This is very common when it comes to leftist racism. Mental gymnastics are played to avoid looking at the evidence in any case that they have decided is racially charged. This is further shown by how he later in the video repeats some of the bogus partisan media talking points, he crossed state lines, or he was 17, two things that have been proven irrelevant several times to the case. Next, let's look at his take.
Okay. But in what context? He mentioned those things. That can be depending on context. Like we should probably, we should probably throw people in jail if they do X, Y, and Z. We should probably blah blah blah. Like, okay.
Take on racial slurs.
A lot of this is going to be in the F category, I feel like.
All right, here now we're heating up. Cracker.
I mean, you know what my take is. on that.
It's an S tier. Cracker is
We
S
can't
tier.
put
Come
this
on.
as an F. It has some context. It has some history
Yeah.
of usage. Cracker. I mean, that's got to be at least a D, right?
Okay. I mean, if you say so.
You-
I think.
you
I
want
guess
it-
it's
you
like
want it
a.
an
I guess
F.
it's higher. Yeah. It's definitely
gotta
higher than
be
like
higher
redneck.
than fish belly.
Yeah, it's a little bit higher than that for sure.
Yeah, cracker.
It has the capacity for like people to be legitimately offended by it, even if they're in the margins. You know what I mean? Like someone could be like, "Oh, well, that's really fucking mean. That hurts my feelings." Like I can see that.
I think that should be a C.
Cum skin. Is this just white? Honky. I love honky. Peckerwood. Okay. Mayo. Cum skin. White trash. Is that a whatever? Whitey. White is probably the one I'm mostly guarded against. I don't care that much, but if people say it, "Hey, Whitey," alarm bells go off. Snow possum? Colonizer? Yeah, colonize as well. Anyone who associates colonizers with white, big red flag. White devil, that's religious language. Usually it's going to come from people, Nation of Islam, Muslim Brotherhood, not Muslim Brotherhood perhaps. But those kind of fringe elements is going to use that term. Jacobian. Super fringe people are saying that. Red flag as well.
It's really fucking mean. That hurts my feelings. Like I can see that.
I think that should be a C.
The whole argument over what is most offensive has always been an irritating one because the very concept of being offended is subjective. Anyone can subjectively claim that a word is the most painfully offensive thing ever, and anyone can subjectively claim that it's not offensive. You can't really make a concrete argument out of this either way. So instead, I'll just explain what's wrong with the slur cracker, since
Okay, since you are gonna explain it, let me explain why you're stupid for saying such a thing. To an extent, yes. Interpersonally, like man to man, woman to woman, man to woman, whatever. People to people, one-on-one. Yes. What you're saying is going to be very subjectively received if it's going to be perceived as racist or not. Sure. But in a broader context, during, say, a live stream or a video or what have you, it's not really subjective. It has more to do with the impact of those words. It has to do with how much... If I sit here, let's put it this way. If I sit here and I use the word cracker daily, and I call people cracker, you're a cracker, I'm a cracker, whatever cracker. Okay, Cracker Barrel. If I go do that, nobody's gonna care really. It's not gonna affect people's lives. There's not gonna be a increase in violence towards white people based on that. But if I say the N-word, why? Yes, it's because people feel animosity. It's because people with my skin have used that word to dehumanize people of a darker complexion. Is that subjective? No, that's history. That's fact. So it's understandable that people with a darker complexion take some offense to it. And as a group, will probably be scared that it was going to lead to more violence, because that was what historically has happened. So it's not just subjective. It's not just. That's just one component of it. It has a historical component as well. Oh, but slaves said cracker. And? Oh no, the slave said a word to me. What are you going to do?
It has flown over these two guys' heads. Cracker, as the term is used today, don't even get me started on the brain-dead genetic fallacy put forth by MTV, generally referred...
Wait, was it brain-dead?
...is used today, don't even get me started on the brain-dead genetic fallacy put forth...
Genetic fallacy? Like, this guy really thinks he's, like, highfalutin. He thinks he's an academic here. Dude, you make low-grade, badly graphically designed video essays. Stop talking. Stop thinking you are some 200 IQ mastermind. Okay? Genetic fallacy. Isn't that like inherited fallacy? The act of rejecting or accepting an argument on the basis of its origin rather than its content. Yeah. So previously you can go, oh, but socialists have always fallen into fascism. But that's a genetic fallacy then? You're contradicting yourself in this video, my dude.
Forth by MTV, generally refers to the crack of the whip of a slave owner from the American 1800s. Thus, calling someone a cracker is basically associating them with slavery. This obviously has negative connotations, as slavery gained infamy as one of mankind's greatest evils, as most people today agree it is and was a bad thing. So when a white person is called a cracker, they are basically being told that they are guilty for the evil of their ancestors. Or in other words, cracker when directed at a white person is just a roundabout way of instilling white guilt and or saying white people bad, via guilt by association. So yes, it can be considered a racially charged insult to call someone a cracker.
Okay. Okay. And... follow through here, but you're like get, and the harm of that is like you have to show the harm. Where's the harm, retard?
Next, let's look at some race baiting with the CEO of Parler.
With the CEO of Parler.
A free speech crackdown. Amazon Web Services dropping Parler from its cloud services late last night, following Google and Apple banning the app from their app stores. This coordinated move from big tech and social media could effectively take Parler offline permanently and run the company out of business. Joining me right now is the CEO of Parler, John Mates, joining me on the telephone.
You don't have a
John,
right
thanks
to
very much for calling in this morning. How are you doing this morning? Can you tell us what has taken place?
Thank you, Maria. Well, it's an interesting morning, I guess, to say the least. You know, I never thought we'd be living in a country, you know, where things like this would happen, where you get coordinated companies canceling your, what you're doing. I mean, essentially, the site is...
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Maria Bartiromo, and on the line with me is the president of racism, Mr. CEO of racism. We found it. He's on the line.
Said here.
So this represents a particularly dangerous guilt by association fallacy that is often pushed by race baiters. This idea that supporting a free speech absolutist platform of ideology is racist because it allows racism. This is of course a fallacious argument because allowing a person's speech does not mean you agree with their speech. This has been pointed out many times. It's also an extremely dishonest form of emphasis. A free speech platform is all-encompassing. So to say that something that is all-encompassing is bad because of the cherry-picked examples of whatever bad things they can find in it ignores the reality that you can find everything in it. The idea that free speech absolutism is racist is therefore completely absurd. The issue always comes down to the problem that there is no way to objectively define hate speech. So what is defined as hate speech at any given moment will always be subject to interpretation from the people in charge, deciding what is and what isn't allowed. Ironically, this means the official understanding of what is considered hate speech is dictated by those with power at the top, completely the opposite of what people who are in support of the progressive stack supposedly would want. I'm sure that's a power that could never, not in a million years, find itself being abused. It's not like such a power has ever been abused in history before, except for, you know, the hundreds and hundreds of times that it has. Yeah. Lastly, here are some honorable mentions.
Okay. I let you speak there because you were spewing some moronic shit here. Earlier, you said here that why should corporations be democratically run when it should be a meritocracy? You don't have a right to demand how a corporation is run just because you use it. But now you're saying, oh, well, the corporation's censoring a Parler for... The state didn't censor it. Did the state force Parler to be removed? U.S. government forced removal of Parler. No. But Amazon doesn't have to be in business with you. Like, on the one hand, you want the government to ensure that people have a right to, I don't know, force themselves upon a corporation. On the other hand, you want the government to butt out of corporations' work. Make up your fucking mind. And Voltaire, he's talking about government, not corporations, not individuals. This is so fucking schizo. Fascism... my ear. Fascism is not a cohesive ideology. It is not a... there's no underlying red line, underlying throughput. There's no that's the word I'm looking for. There's no undercurrent within fascism that guides it towards something. In socialism, the undercurrent is freedom. Or at least that's not the communist states that we've seen, like China, North Korea, USSR, stuff like that. No, they didn't have that. I'm saying in the ideology that they purported to represent, which they didn't, there's an undercurrent of people's freedom. That undercurrent guides what you should do and why you do it. The undercurrent in fascism, I don't know if it exists at all. But I said, it does exist. The undercurrent in fascism is maximizing suffering. They want to admit it, but it's true. That's why, no matter the argument here, no matter what you're responding to, you can shift the argument however you want. Oh, now you're doing this fault, even though I said earlier that's what you should do. Now you're doing this fault, even though later I'll say that's what you should. Like it's inherently contradictory. It's cognitive dissonance here at a highest level with highfalutin. And what the fuck is that? Like, again, I graphic design is your passion? What the fuck is this? Squiggly line. Keep it simple, my dude. Whatever. Okay, I'm gonna go skip to the conclusion because I can't take this anymore. This is just so dense with errors. Let's hear. Let's go back a few seconds.
In regards to Hasan, I don't agree with everything said in these, but for the most part, they are correct. And now it's time for the conclusion. Everything I just showed you are...
Did he actually...
Point. Anyways...
What is this? What is this?
Here is just repeating an easily debunked partisan MSNBC talking point. Anyways, partisan misinformation coming from leftist streamer bros is unfortunately extremely common, and many people have made decent videos.
You would never do partisan news coverage. No, use partisan sources here. No.
Videos exposing this kind of nonsense. Here are a few worthy of mention in regards to Hasan. I don't agree with everything said in these, but for the most part, they are correct. And now it's time for the conclusion. Everything I just showed you are just drops in the bucket when it comes to Hasan Abi.
Oh! Wait, did I? Yeah, I did. I told you. I knew it.
And the particular content style he uses. I actually had to cut a lot out just to make sure this wouldn't turn into some hour-long video. I watched about 40 of Hasan Abi's videos in total, and there wasn't a single instance where he wasn't guilty of some noticeable reasoning errors, race baiting, or misinformation. A far cry from my previous episode that focused on counterpoints, someone who actually is capable of making decent arguments from...
It's interesting, actually. Very interesting. But what the fuck is this graphic? But yeah, she's a video essayist. It's it's a lot easier to be poignant when you have a script you're reading from
time to time. That being said, I wouldn't consider Hasan Abi the worst BreadTuber. He is at least genuinely capable of producing some level of content that I can certainly see as appealing to people, especially to those 25 years and under. He also seems to genuinely believe in a lot of the woke socialist takes that he has, in a slightly more palatable but also slightly less intellectual manner as Vosh, effectively making him what I would consider Vosh, also slightly less believe in a lot of the woke socialist takes that he has, in a slightly more palatable but also slightly less intellectual manner as Vosh, effectively making him what I would consider Vosh light. And Hasan does at least call out the corruption that goes on in Washington, D.C., even if he doesn't fully understand it very well. So there is a small silver lining there. This is why my
because Vosh doesn't?
Conclusion is that Hasan Abi is just unironically clueless, but I'm not going to go as far as to call him a terrible person, just very, very horribly misguided. And he actually does have some level of self-awareness on this.
I'm not smart, I'm a himbo. I wear it on my sleeve.
What?
You know, I wear it, I say it with my chest. I'm a himbo. I'm not a very smart person. If I were to face Ben Shabino in the marketplace of ideas, he would probably run circles around me. He's a very fast talker.
That is Hasan's way of deflecting from criticism. It is amazing that it works on this guy. Like, he could have, oh my God, falling for that is kind of low IQ. I actually think Hasan is aware of that. He's just doing it to shield himself from serious critique. But this guy's like, oh yeah, but I have to give him credit there. Everyone says that. I say it. Vosh says it. I'm sure not Ben Shapiro wouldn't say that because he is a highfalutin intellectual, the right-wing intelligentsia.
But unfortunately, in terms of reasoning skills, he is definitely the least intelligent BreadTuber. 100%. No way in hell could anyone exist that is both this popular and yet worse at critical thinking than Hasan. Absolutely not. Someone like that possibly couldn't
Well, if you're a libertarian, allegedly, chances are you will be against programs such as affirmative action, state welfare, anti-discrimination legislation. Now, do we see a pattern here? In general, it seems to me that far-righters and libertarians have...
He's not wrong. That's Adam something, by the way. He's not wrong. What? Of course they are.
An awful lot in common. And that's because they both believe in this thing called personal responsibility.
Oh yeah, that guy. This'll be fun. But as far as Hasan Abi goes, that's all I have to say for now. So thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the video, feel free to like, subscribe, share, and all that.
Nope. Oh, that was a long one. Holy shit. That guy's stupid. What can I say? How do I end this? You are a retard. You're a fucking moron. You're brain dead. There's nothing in this world. Your mother doesn't love you. You're a cracker. I don't know if you're a cracker, but I'm guessing you're a cracker here. Or you would have dropped the N-word. Hard R. Hard R N-word. Can I not have these kind of... Thank you. Hard R N-word would have been dropped if you were black. Guaranteed. So I'm saying you're a cracker. Redneck, possibly. It doesn't sound from the South, though. South. Fascist, for sure. Dishonest. Grifter. I don't know if you're a grifter, but you called Hasan a grifter for something not grifty. So, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I think that covers it. Okay. I'm going to quickly go to the bathroom. I'm spitting. And then we're watching Thought Slime. Dun, dun, dun. Be right back. You know what? You know what? Instead of me just sitting here, or not doing, because I actually have to have a something in my stomach if I don't want to end my my stream here, because I'm getting a bit hungry. I am a hungry boy. No. And I have to feed the cats.
That the
So while I am doing that, I'm gonna have... Yes, I'm gonna feed you. He's poking me right now. I can hear you purring. I am gonna... Why can't I find my own stream on my private account so that I can monitor? Okay, I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna go there. I'm coming. I can see you. I'm not blind. Just that I know where we are. Okay. And minimize. Close that. And I'm gonna remove myself. And I'm only doing this. Oh, right. I'm only doing this because I know Keffels does the same thing. Where's my... There we go. She does this... Yes, I'm coming. She does the same thing, so I'm feeling confident that she won't mind this. Okay, I'll be back in 5 to 10.
That the resources, the land, and the means of production of the United States of America should be in the hands of the MAGA working class, okay? There's no reason why we should allow our oil, our gas, our nuclear, our land to be controlled by a few of these rich scum like Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos and BlackRock and Vanguard, for example. And that's the whole idea.
See, when you listen to him, it isn't contradictory. And this is the thing that people keep thinking. It's not contradictory to have these beliefs. And this is actually a very well-established pattern among Marxist-Leninists. Where was the link? Okay, I got it. 49 minutes, the Alex Jones show. Jesus. Okay.
As you said earlier, I'm an anti-imperialist, Marxist-Leninist, and I'm a strong supporter of the MAGA movement. I stand with Russia, stand with America, stand with China, stand with all these nations and our people. And I think we need to fight the deep state. But when
so you're like a communist, nationalist, populist.
I guess, yeah, those labels do apply. I'm a strong patriot, 100%. You know, it's a long history, and I think we should be proud of what our country's done, and we shouldn't nuke it all. And we're allowing these neocon globalists.
He's not. Everyone needs to stop pretending he's stupid. He's not stupid. He knows what he's doing. This is what Marxist-Leninists do in countries where they gain power. He is appealing to populist rhetoric in a way to try and bring as many people in as possible. So, like, when he says, I am a nationalist, like, I love my country, he is immediately deflecting from the biggest thing that anti-communist propaganda has done in the past several decades, which is saying, you hate America, you hate your country. You can't do that if you say, I love my country, I am a nationalist.
To nuke our country right before our very eyes. So your question was, what do we need to do as an American population? Well, I think Trump is the only candidate right now who's actually working to build global peace. He met with Kim Jong-un. He loves Xi Jinping. He loves Putin. He had great relations with all these leaders. And that's why the globalist deep state, at the end of the day, really hated him.
Buckle the fuck in, chat. Okay, so someone, it was Hobo Sapiens. Kind of hard to talk the nationalist line while also paying lip service to the likes of Russia and China. It's actually not, because you can just simply say, I love my country, I love the American people, and we don't want war. The people of Russia don't want war. You know? I want what's best for Americans, and what's best for Americans is not fighting the Chinese globalists, is not fighting China with the backing of the globalist deep state agenda. It's incredibly easy. It's incredibly easy. Like Infrared Haas, right? Like what Maeve's saying. Infrared Haas recently went on Tim Pool. People think that this is stupid and contradictory, but this is literally how this works. How Marxist-Leninists, have Stalinists, have historically come into power. They are very ultra-nationalist. They're very socially conservative. And it's only been in recent decades when Marxist-Leninists have tried to appeal to like Western identity politics, because they realized that they weren't making any traction and they were desperate to get recruits. But this is a real return to form, and I don't think it's smart to just completely dismiss this. Like, people laughed at this. They laughed at all of this. And now we see people like Jackson Hinkle with the biggest Twitter account. We're seeing Infrared Haas on going on Tim Pool. We're seeing Second Thought as the largest left-leaning political YouTube channel. It's not something that you should laugh off, and it's something that you need to take very seriously, because it paints a very grim future for everyone in progressive politics.
The replatforming begins now. Join Mug Club and get 1 month.
I will not join the Mug Club.
Jackson Hinkle, and he's an American conservative, which is, we're going to talk about this, interesting definition, and Marxist-Leninist political commentator and social media influencer. He hosts the political show, The Dive with Jackson Hinkle.
I'm back. I'm
He's
just
known
going
for
to
his
eat
advocacy of Make
2
America Great
sandwiches.
Again communism. So he's very articulate, very smart guy, has a huge effect. But people ask, is he trolling people saying conservative communists? There aren't many communists will come on the show. In November 2023, he's one of the most viral users on social media, predominantly X with over 2 million followers, but banned from WhatsApp, YouTube, PayPal, and Twitch. Jackson received numerous journalistic awards for speaking truth to power on his show, as well as other programs such as Tucker Carlson Tonight, Timcast, IRL, Jimmy Dore Show, Piers Morgan, Uncensored, more. So I wanted to talk about you and then your view of the world right now, but maybe you can square this up for me. How do you have a Trumpist, Make America Great Again, Marxist-Leninist view? Explain that to me.
Well, it's pretty simple, actually. You know, I've been a big fan of your show for years and years, and the MAGA movement, I think most people, there's a few people in the MAGA movement who are flirting with these globalist Nazi scum like Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, but I think most of the MAGA movement understands that the resources, the land, and the means of production of the United States of America should be in the hands of the MAGA working class, okay? There's no reason why we should allow our oil, our gas, our nuclear, our land to be controlled by a few of these rich scum like Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos and BlackRock and Vanguard, for example. And that's the whole idea.
See, when you listen to him, it isn't contradictory. And this is the thing that people keep thinking. It's not contradictory to have these beliefs, and this is actually a very well-established pattern among Marxist-Leninists. Now, I think this is a pretty simple thing, right? This is pretty simple. How many here, like one in chat, if you think that a group of 14 Nazis marching down the street is dangerous? Because that's the thing. Yeah, it's just 14 Nazis marching down the street. And yeah, they might just like say a bunch of white power slogans and try and hand out leaflets. But you let them do their thing and they will recruit more people. It'll start with 14, and then it's 27, and then it's 50, and then it's 100, then it's 1,000, and it keeps going because no one pushed back against it. And that's what happened here. That's how this happened, because everyone thought that people like Jackson Hinkle and Infrared, they were a joke. No one took it seriously. And now we see where we are, because people like him are able to appeal to the far right in ways that leftists are not able to appeal to.
Is, we need to fight for this. My ancestors sailed here on the Mayflower. They fought in the American Revolution. They fought in World War II against the Nazis. And they're rolling in their graves right now, looking at what our country is doing, sending $260 billion to Ukrainian Nazis, $14 billion to these anti-human Malthusian terrorists in Israel. We need to fight to get our country back, or else we're going to have a feudal society.
I'm going to watch that video later because I am very interested. I've compiled quite a lot of things on Jackson myself, and I know Keffels has done the same. She has more insight into the ideology, though, so I'm going to have to refer to her for that. But almost... I can remove that. This isn't all directly related. I'm going to remove one thing. No, I'm not going to remove. I'm just going to talk. You can see that. I'm not going to remove it because that would actually identify it. Everything that I had compiled there is in some way related to Hinkle. directly or indirectly as a broader pattern of behavior from Russian state mouthpieces. And yeah, I am doing like I'm gonna do like a master stream on Hinkle alone when I have compiled the information that I feel like is necessary. But I feel like I need to understand the ideology more. So I'm glad Kefos is able to give me that insight. Because I don't have it. Let's see here. That one's gone. Mildred, give it to me. Should I?
Welcome back to another episode of...
Why don't we... No, we can do that.
This is the...
It's a long video. We'll see how much we go over it. I've never been a fan of Thought Slime. He's been around for quite some time now, hasn't he? Video's oldest is 6 years old. What are you complaining about? Whatever. So he's been around for quite a while at the moment. He has 294,000 followers. But he's always rubbed me the wrong way. Like personality-wise. I've never liked his personality, really. I've never liked his way of editing or his style or his teeth. Strangely enough, I find his teeth to be weird, actually. Like his mouth in general is kind of weird, but he has these buck tooths. So why is he down in the corner there? Am I gonna have to be up here then? To not overlap with him, at least? I guess so. But that's neither here nor there. That's not where my critique should be or will be. I don't know. I'm just explaining why I haven't watched him. There's something off-putting about him that I can't put my finger on. And I've never found his analysis or his video, the information he gives me to be able to supersede that emotion. Let's put it that way. Oh, you saw it yesterday. Oh. Okay then, Blaze. Do not spoil, but is it worth going over? Because I haven't seen it. Is it worth going over or not? Just a quick yes. Come on, man. While I'm waiting for your answer, I found this. What? IDOE? It's a reaction, I get that, but IDOE? You don't know, maybe? It is worth going over, I'm guessing. You're saying then. Anyway, the Sweden Democrats proposes the foreign signs for shops should be criminal now. Why? Why? Microsoft, Lidl, just throw a stone down a street and and you'll find a foreign sign, but we can read it because it's in English. Whatever. It's just more fascism. Fascism, 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 fascism. Control, control, control over culture. Overreaching control over culture. Well, I'm gonna give it a spin. This video. Let's see. Are you apologizing to Shoe on Head, which you should never do?
This is the hardest video I've ever had to make.
Like that voice. I don't know. Whatever. I'm gonna stop pointing out immutable characteristics that he has no. Is it he? Is he any all? Let's see. I'm going to continue saying he. I have no idea. I might be wrong. If I'm wrong, Canadian non-binary leftist. But non-binary doesn't mean you don't go by gendered pronouns. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I'm sorry about that. It's, again, my critique is not of that. That's not my intention. Okay.
I never thought I'd have to make a video like this, but it has come to my attention that I have failed men. For those not familiar, men are like, how do I describe them? They're like normal people, but usually they're bigger, and usually they're hairier, and they don't typically smell as good. It's hard to describe them because they're quite variable. Some of them are Chinese, some of them are dentists. They're all different. You know one when you see one. But it's not important what men are. What's important is that it's been brought to my attention that some of my words have been deeply offensive to men and people within the larger male fandom. And that was never my intention. I would never want to mock people who I think could defeat me in a fight. Besides, some of my best friends are men. I have men in my family. I'm even half man on my father's side. I have a deep and abiding respect for men and male culture. I've participated in many of their rituals, gone to their places of worship, ate their traditional foods. I will now give the traditional male apology for any offense my thoughtless words may have caused.
Why are you changing the colors like that, my dude? Okay, get to the fucking point.
I'm sorry, bro. I love you, bro. Be good, bro. Now to back up and explain myself a little bit. In a video about the deeply embarrassing Nick Adams and the deeply embarrassing way he tries to portray himself as an alpha male by, stepping on candies and going to boob restaurants.
Until M&M's rectify this grave wrong by giving us all male M&M's, this boycott will remain.
People need to ignore this man. That's the only... His only way of gaining power and relevance is because people do not ignore him. That's it. That is 100% through and through. All that he's doing, every single action that he's doing, if you look at it from the lens of being a troll, period, and just triggering people, period, without any ideological convictions, all of this man's actions make sense. So by giving him attention, you're going to get more of that. Just ignore him.
M&M's?
Put down the woke M&Ms. I said the following. The question of whether or not the hashtag online left is enough to appeal to hashtag men has become the question du jour. And that's a very misguided question, in my opinion. Broadly speaking, the goal of the left should be to spread power to the most people possible. And so it should always be kind of harder to get people who already have unfair amounts of power on board. That's inconvenient, but it's also kind of unavoidable without diluting the goals we seek to achieve. It is never in the self-interest of the powerful to aid the powerless. That's the reason there are powerful and powerless people in the first place. And men, by and large, are more powerful than women. There are, of course, exceptions. There are intersections of other forms of oppression that can make individual people's stories different than the general trend. But Men have most of the money, authority, and do most of the murdering and assaulting, often to not men. In virtually any circumstance where a man has a shitty time in life, if that man were a woman, they would be having a worse time, because they'd have all of their regular problems plus some new woman problems.
I can break that down left to right, up and down as being fucking idiotic, being stupid, being low intellectual, being low grade analysis, like dollar store analysis of the issues at hand. Oh, they have all the power, and why would people with power give up power? It happens all the time that people with power give up power. How many times? Frederick fucking Engels. Frederick fucking Engels. But no. We can't. We people with power won't give up power, despite people with power constantly giving up power under the right circumstances. Whatever. I know Vosh did a breakdown of it, reacted to it, and critiqued it. Interestingly enough, does Thosslime even recognize that Vosh exists in his videos? Oh, he does. It's maybe. Stone Toss. Okay. Like, he might have mentioned him in this video. I have no idea. But he hasn't done an entire video reacting to or responding to it, so that would have been more interesting in my opinion.
Can see now the mistake I made, which is that I took it for granted that my words would be understood in the context I said them in, rather than used outside of that context to give the illusion I had said something different than what I said. And for that, I apologize. Never in a million years would I have thought that simply saying the most banal, obvious, and self-evident facts about the reproduction of patriarchy could be taken as evidence of a supposed demonization of men and manhood.
You used... Let me just...
I said the fall to hashtag men has become the question du jour, and that's a very misguided question, in my opinion. Broadly speaking...
Oh, right. Okay, so that's the point I want to make. The broad overarching issue with the video here, and I'm not the first to say it, it's kind of like you're just dismissing male issues. You're dismissing issues specifically pertaining to men. Longer jail. We talked about race earlier with the previous video. The biggest thing you can do to help black men stay out of prison is to remove the judicial injustices towards men. I think the disparity between male to female versus black to white is greater. Some prison reform and prison abolition supporters have argued that race and gender are both valid reasons for disparity in sentencing. In 2016, Mirko Berlala argued that African Americans and Indigenous Australians should receive a sentencing discount in all but the most serious crimes. I don't like this. In part, to offset unacknowledged bias. That's like very loaded and could be very very abused. To the opposite effect, while women would be treated more leniently when they commit the same crime as a man, in this case, he did not make any exceptions for serious offending. Of course. Like, oh yeah, no. In non-hegemonic identities, they should be get a sentencing discount. Men? Pfft, fuck off, no. In the Kingdom, Jalab reported planned as a review of women with particular vulnerabilities in the criminal justice system is described as making the case that prisons should be scrapped for all but a tiny number of women, which Corston justified on the basis equality does not mean treating everyone the same. I agree, but doesn't make sense. She proposed custodial sentencing for women must be reserved for serious violations, blah, blah, blah. Violence against men. After controlling for extensive criminological, demographic, and socioeconomic variables, the study found that the U.S. federal court, black and males are less likely to get no prison term when the option is available, less likely to receive downward departures from the guidelines, and more likely to receive upward adjustments and conditioned on having a downward departure receiving smaller reduction than whites and females. But this is not just looking at the gender disparity. Increasing the proportion of female judges in the district decreased the sex disparity. We need more female judges to decrease the sex disparity. Interesting. Evidence of a paternalistic bias among male judges that favor female offenders. That's the reason. I get it. They found that women receive more lenient sentencing than men after controlling for presumptive sentencing, family responsibilities, offender characteristics, and other legally relevant variables based on examination of the 3 U.S. district courts. 63% longer sentencing than women. Women are twice as likely to avoid incarceration if convicted. So, like every fucking study. But to him, to Thought Slime here, that's my critique of this entire thing. He's like, no, we need to ignore that. We need to ignore male suffering because we need to maximize things. Well, fuck off. Good luck with that. Good luck trying to solve problems by ignoring the hegemonic group's problems. Good luck.
It does not represent men realistically and holds them to standards that are both impossible and, this is important, deeply stupid. But then, some very concerned people reached out with some gentle criticism, some suggestions like that I should kill myself, more people than the normal amount that tell me to kill myself, and a lot of people complaining that I hate men and also for some reason white people, which I don't feel is related, but okay, I'll work on that too, I guess. And I didn't want to admit it at the time. I thought, what's probably happened here is that some chud must have talked about me in a video. Like some chud didn't like a thing I said, and they showed it to their chud audience to get them mad at me about it. But what happened next shook me to my core. Because it turns out it wasn't a chud that talked about me in a video. It was Shoe on Head. But what? Well, she didn't really talk about me so much as she showed like a clip of me in passing in a video. And that was why suddenly my feed sucked more for a little while until they got bored. And it confused me. It confused my delicate little brain. I would understand if some chud made a video about me, but True on Ed is, of course, no right-wing culture warrior. Now, I'll grant you, she once was. She was once an anti-feminist crusader in the meme wars. She rubbed shoulders and hobnobbed with all sorts of anti-SJW alt-right adjacent figureheads and white supremacist terrorists back then, but in time, the scales fell from her eyes like Paul on the road to Damascus. And now she's a bona fide, real, honest-to-God, no-fooling leftist. She said so. Of course, those old videos are still there. She's not running from her past. And of course, they're still monetized. Like, she's still benefiting from her past. But when people come to our side, it's cause for celebration. They should be welcomed and given leadership positions. That's called solidarity. People can change. People can change without meaningfully changing their behavior. And at the time, I was too busy to respond because, of course, I was working on a video about fake leftists disingenuously calling for left unity in order to use our spaces to spread their right-leaning, often bigoted ideas. So, of course, you see, I had no time to think about Shoe on Head. No, I'm doing it again. I'm being snide. I mustn't be snide. Being snide is what got me into this mess. Look, I can't see inside Shoe on Head's heart. If I were forced to guess, I'd imagine her conversion, so to speak, is genuine. I don't think she's lying about that, and I don't really give a shit if she is, and I don't think it would matter if she was. For the record, I find it far more likely that she did genuinely change her mind about some things, but also held on to a lot of her previous biases without realizing it. I think she's coming from a background of, like, latent right-wing echo chambery spaces, and she still has a lot of those ideas bouncing around in her brain. It's not that she like sat down and like deliberately, maliciously said, good, I will infiltrate the leftists by pretending to be one of them. That's a cartoon thing to do. She didn't do that. Sometimes leftists are shitheads. I don't know what to tell you. She would say I'm a shithead. I would think that that wouldn't cause...
Shithead, that's ableist language. That's up there with nanners, okay? That's up there with nanners.
...her to think I am like a fake leftist. And
is this the video? So, 6.5 minutes, and you've said nothing.
Any more so than like a lot of people do. Now, she doesn't really so much talk about me in her video. She includes like 2 seconds of me talking, although within those 2 seconds, she does do some, let's call it creative editing.
Why would a struggling man even want to move left when the left appears actively hostile to them?
The question of whether or not the hashtag online left is enough to appeal to hashtag men has become the question du jour. And like, men have most of the money, authority, and do most of the murdering and assaulting.
The average young man in America isn't Jeff Bezos.
Okay. Can we get a same workplace, perhaps? Because one of the issues I've always found with this statistic is that it includes everyone. Rather than, I might be wrong on this, mind you. I haven't looked at it in ages. Can we get average American gender disparity? What's it called when you account for something in a study? You disparity looking at the same workplace. Center for American Progress is greater. Greater for certain racial and ethnic groups and varies by educational level. Made up an estimated 44% of overall workforce, but an estimated 41% of managers. That's not that great of a disparity, in my opinion. That's within normal range, I'd say. Women earned an estimated 82% for every dollar that men earned. Compared to the overall pay gap, the gender pay gap was greater for full-time female managers who earned an estimated 77%. Yeah, I can get the higher up you get because that's individual salaries come into play there. And that's a big issue I've experienced when I hear women talk about the payments they're going to demand. They always shoot low because they don't value themselves, or they don't think they can get the amount they think they might deserve. So they settle for something lower, while men go in there and go, fuck you, I'm going to get mine, okay? I've experienced this firsthand. I think I've talked about it before, where I worked a summer job doing in healthcare as a what's it called? Hemtjänst. domestic service. Basically, I sat in a car. I went from home to old people, making sure they had food, making sure they had taking their medicine, helping them with some domestic chores, stuff like that. For old people, not for disabled, but for specifically for the old. But it was such a fucking horrible workplace, all women, of course, that I'm like, I'm gonna quit tomorrow. I'm quitting tomorrow. I'm not. I can't stand here. I can't stand this. 3 days. After 3 days, I'm like, I am burnt the fuck out already. This is untenable. So I went to the summer, not intern. What the words? Words. I need words. Give me word boost. Acting manager. The acting manager, since the manager was on holiday. So I went to the acting manager and I said, I'm off for 2 days now. And then I'm getting on again. If you don't hire someone else, if you don't hire more people to offload the burden that we have, I quit. Because the first day that the first few days you go, you are next to someone who teaches you the ropes. And what I discovered was that they'd rather cut down on their own mandatory government sanction, not government enforced downtime, taking a break, eating food, whatever. They cut that rather than let the old people wait. I'm like, are you stupid? I understand why you're in this work. I understand you have high amounts of empathy. But you don't make, like, how, of course you're not going to get what you want if you always just do the thing the managers want without them demanding it, without them telling you to do it. No, fuck you. Take your breaks, sit down, ignore the phone ringing, do the things you have to do, and then you get to the old people. If the old people complain, if they don't get the things they need, then they have to hire more people, I guess. That's the solution. Not you suffering. So I think a lot of the issues with the gender pay gap here, not only is it women take off time for kids, though in America that's like nothing. You don't have, like, 2 weeks or whatever you have before you have to be back at work. Crazy. Not only is that an issue, but also that they don't demand their worth. And there's no unions to protect them, yada, yada, yada. So that's going to increase the levels of disparity here. I wonder if it's better in Sweden. Okay, that's fine, I guess. Yeah, it's better here. 90.1% of male salaries is what women earn here. So it's better here. It's not perfect. And we did have a commission quite a few years ago that looked into it, which bumped women's salaries quite a lot, actually.
Also, why did this motherfucker just FBI crime statistics at me? Men do the most murder. Okay?
Sorry, Shu, I should have been clearer about this. I was talking about who has power over who in the scenario. You probably did.
That doesn't answer her critique, though. Wait, does black people have power over white people? No. What is the murder rate? Interracial murder statistics. Black on white murder rates. Um, 80.7% of murders of white people were committed by white offenders, while 15.5% of murders of white people were committed by black offenders. And the other way around, though. White offenders. The social media post also alleged the murder of black people. But according to FBI's data, 8% of the murder rates of black were committed by white offenders. So you're saying black people have power over white people? Because they're twice as likely to be, like, if in murder cases of, like, what?
Didn't realize that because it was in the part of the video that you skipped, but generally when you're willing to kill someone, that grants you a certain power.
And it's just, it is kind of, is it elitist the right word for it? I don't know if elitist is the right word that I'm looking for necessarily. But the fact that you dismiss people in power's suffering, like when I look at the royal family, the British royal family, I pity them. The same with Swedish royal family, but absolutely with the British royal family. Much, much more so with the British royal family. I pity them. I pity the Trumps. I do not envy them. I do not think what they're going through is not suffering, you know? And I want to minimize that. That's partially why I'm a socialist. I want to minimize the suffering of being rich. The fear in Sao Paulo, in Brazil, rich people do not drive cars. They take a helicopter everywhere, apparently. The reason for this is they are so fucking afraid of the poor people there killing them that they can't even be among people. If you've watched The Crown, if you haven't, it's a great series. It gives a good insight into the British royal family's affairs and how that family is, and royal families overall, just handles things. But Diana, during her end period, when she couldn't be seen even in a high-end restaurant for the elite, without the elite going, oh my God, that's fucking Diana, oh my God, and they start whispering, and it was relentless for her. I don't envy that. I pity it. But Thought Slime, I don't know if he envies it, but he hates the rich. He hates the privileged. He hates the successful. I pity them.
Or over them. Kind of thought that didn't need clarifying, but there you go. That's why I threw that statistic in there. They like having all of the stuff they don't deserve. They like that. They want it to stay that way because it suits them. Because of the stuff, telling people they're special and deserve all the nice shit that they have, that's going to be an easier sell 10 times out of 10 than like saying, hey, maybe you should have less stuff and other people should have more.
I have stuff I like. I have stuff I don't want to get rid of. I have stuff I wouldn't mind be getting rid of. But yeah, that's a horrible way of looking at things. That's not gonna convince anyone. I mean, you admit it, but you also like think it's good. Like, yeah, fuck him. No. We don't have to minimize our. We don't have to increase our. We don't have to decrease our standards to help others. It's not a zero-sum game here, okay?
Leftism is when you don't have a lot of stuff.
No, I don't think leftism is about having less stuff. I do.
Why? Okay, again, I don't have love for Shoe on Head, okay? After what she did to me. But why are you taking something clearly said in jest here as it's partially a joke here. She knows it's not that. You're saying it is, though.
I think it is about flattening unjust power dynamics and kind of dismantling oppressive power structures. And so if one group is systematically denied stuff, then yeah, taking stuff from the people denying it and giving it to them is indeed leftist. Kind of thought that went without saying, kind of thought that was self-evident. If one were to...
But you're also like dismissing whatever.
Simply watch her video, which approximately 3 million people did, they'd get the impression that I was saying that the left should not do outreach to men because men are murderers and evil, when in fact, what I actually said was the left, by virtue of the positions we hold, will always have a harder time converting those who benefit from the structures we seek to dismantle, a position she herself states in the same video.
You probably have a harder time doing that. Because you don't see the suffering they actually experience. I think I can actually... Not everyone, of course. There's always going to be people. But I think I could probably make a good argument to a privileged person of my positions of workplace democracies. I could probably do that. Yeah, you're going to have less stuff in the end, sure, but that's not what we're going to focus on. We're not going to focus on taking stuff away from you. We're not going to focus on you having stuff. We're going to focus on other people not having stuff. And in the end, you're probably going to freely give it away because I think it's not just the right thing to do, but a good thing for you to do in the end. But we're going to do it in a sensible manner where you don't feel ripped off.
But the fact is, it's hard for progressives to organically appeal to men, because a large part of progressivism is oppressive hierarchies, and men are oppressors. Making progressivism look appealing to young men is an uphill battle from the start.
And thus, the question of whether or not the left does enough to appeal to men is misguided. It's harder for the left to do that, kind of intrinsically. My point about men doing most of the murdering and assaulting, which is just a statistical reality, was not brought up, as Shu presents it here, as evidence that the left need not appeal to men. I brought it up, many sentences later, to demonstrate the relative power dynamics between men and not men. But she kind of just splices those...
Is there a relative power dynamic between blacks and whites as well? Like, do black people hold more power because they murder white people more often than white people murder black people? I don't think so. But, you know. It's...
those two things together, and it gives the impression I'm simply dismissing men's concerns out of pocket. She hilariously had to skip past a part where I specifically say that there are, of course, exceptions to the general rule that men are more privileged than, say, women. Because if she didn't, it would become clear that her entire framing of this issue is kind of horseshit. Because of course men have mental health problems, and of course those mental health problems are important and worth taking seriously. The only people she seems to be able to point to say otherwise... mental health problems are important and worth taking seriously. The only people...
Please take this stuff seriously, or at least don't use it as an excuse to mock men for being lonely. Oh no, poor white men, yeah.
Well, she seems to be...
She likes to do this, I agree. It's like, I was victim of that myself, but whatever.
able to point to say otherwise is like weird Twitter randos, given that she...
Well, and Vosh? You ignoring Vosh?
She likes to, let's say, embellish the contents of some people's...
You know, I frequently notice Shoe on Head is incredibly misleading with the presentation of tweets within her videos, often to the point that I call it straight up. I agree. But laugh my ass off, I looked up the very first tweet in her recent video, and looky. What's going on? In the video 440, there's some fake tweet I never wrote. Why would I write something like that? There's nothing clever about that. It's like in the direction of a joke, but not actually a joke.
Tweets, I don't find that argument necessarily persuasive. Saying that someone has privilege, or even indeed that they actively enforce a structure which privileges them, doesn't mean that, like, we ought to never ever listen to them or help them with anything ever. If I were on fire, I would expect a less privileged person who is holding a fire extinguisher to help me. She also seems to be
10 minutes, okay? Let's just... Because you showed this here. Like, this is the only clip you've shown of yourself from that video. So this is the only clip so far that I have to go off of your previous... Like, the things you're saying is good, but let's listen to what you originally said here.
The question of whether or not the hashtag online left is enough to appeal to hashtag men has become the question du jour. And like, that's a very misguided question, in my opinion. Broadly speaking, the goal of the left should be to spread power to the most people possible. And so it should always be kind of harder to get people who already have unfair amounts of power on board. That's inconvenient, but it's also kind of unavoidable without diluting the goals we seek to achieve. It is never in the self-interest of the powerful to aid the powerless. That's the reason there are powerful and powerless people in the first place. And men, by and large.
So far, what you said was not incorrect, but it's stupid. That we shouldn't dilute the goal. Which I don't think anyone would say. I think people would say we need to compromise. The goal is one thing. The journey there can take many turns, many turns. The goal of democracy took a lot of turns towards fascism, towards dictatorships. It's still doing that. So, I mean, but compromise is not diluting the goal. It is to compromise or to take a diversion during the journey towards the goal.
Are more powerful than women. There are, of course, exceptions. There are intersections of other forms of oppression that can make individual people's stories different than the general trend. But, like, men have most of the money, authority, and do most of the murdering and assaulting, often to not men. In virtually any circumstance where a man has a shitty time in life, if that man were a woman, they would be having a worse time, because they'd have all of their regular problems plus some new woman problems. I can see...
Like... With this video, I think you're actually doing a good job of contextualizing what you just said. But I think maybe it's the way he's presenting it. Maybe that's actually like the presentation of the information makes it sound like you're dismissing male suffering, dismissing privileged people's suffering. I don't know.
A man having a mental health crisis by simply saying that mental health crisis is the result of patriarchy. I don't think it's fair to point to a less privileged person who is holding a fire extinguisher to help me. She also seems to be missing the broader critique people are making. I think that she's absolutely right, for example, to point out that it's kind of rude and shitty to respond to a man having a mental health crisis by simply saying that mental health crisis is the result of patriarchy. I don't think it's fair to lay patriarchy at the feet of an individual man, and I don't think it's helpful to dismiss someone's mental health concerns on the basis of their own relative privilege, or even like their shitty attitude about it or whatever. Even if someone is like a sexist jerk, like their mental health problems are important. Mental health does not discriminate in this way. Even mean, shitty people deserve to have their mental health treated and taken seriously. That being said, it does...
Okay. I mean, I think he's doing a good job here clarifying his stance, rather than using highfalutin words to try and make his point come across in the original video.
Kind of seemed to me like Shu is suggesting that discussions of patriarchy and privilege are the thing which makes men depressed and lonely, or, at the very least, the thing which prevents feminists and leftists from addressing the issue, that men feel undervalued and attacked specifically because of efforts to dismantle these privileges. Towards the end of her video, for example, she says that men are natural providers and that their inability to provide makes them feel valueless.
A lot of men's value comes
Yeah, okay,
from the
stupid.
money they make,
Typical shit.
unfortunately.
Okay, I don't know if I have much to say, if this video is actually what I thought it was going to be. I think so far he's done a good job clarifying his previous positions or his previous video. I do think, because I remember when this whole thing went down and people were really, actually, there was a lot of people saying on Twitter that fuck men. And it's not just on Twitter, it's been a prevailing through line in leftist circles, in feminist circles, to say fuck men, fuck white men specifically. That has been something that's kept me from engaging in that in the ideology on better terms, actually. When I was 15, I've mentioned before that my friend, without hesitation, said, we need to have 100 years, if he didn't say more, of male oppression in order to offset the female oppression. Excuse me? Excuse you? Are you saying I need to suffer for the sins of my father? But yeah, he was completely deadpan serious with that. Feminism, by and large, has not taken male suffering, male issues seriously for a long time. Like it's better now than when I was young, at least. I'm gonna find a article. No, fuck it. I don't need the article. A school, an elementary school, late elementary school, age, not ages, or is it 7 to 9? Those age groups. So up to 15, 16 years of age. Right before high school. Right before high school. There was a school in Växjö, a city here in Sweden, where it was the only school in all of Sweden where boys had better grades than girls. The only school in all of Sweden where boys had better grades than girls when they went on to high school. One fucking school in one city in one country where this was the dynamic. Now, I would have looked at this and went, oh, that's interesting. Let's study why this is. Let's see if we can replicate it, but let's see if we can improve it. Is it because girls get lower grades on average across at the school compared to the rest of the country? Or is it just that boys excel here for some reason? Is it something this school is doing that boys just get ignited for, that we can replicate for other boys? Because boys are failing at the moment, and that is dangerous. We have a powder keg. That's why we see the rise of fascism, by the way. That's actually why we're seeing the rise of fascism. That is not the reason, but it's part of the reason. Low education and feeling that the system is not on your side. So what did the principal do here? She petitioned the government for grants to study how we could rectify this. She's like, oh, this is a problem. The boys get better grades than girls. That's a problem somehow. So we need to fix that problem. I'm sorry? Boys having good grades is a problem now? And this was back in, like, this is 10 years ago by now. Disgusting to me. Then we had, we can see here, what is it? Fuck it. We all know the statistics. University, higher education. It's always been male dominated. Why? Because of history. Feminists have for a long time complained about that. Rightfully so, by the way. Rightfully so. Of course. Women were not let into the higher education sphere. But the problem that I've seen a lot of feminists not being able to contend with is time. How fast do you fix this? Do you change it tomorrow? That's going to be a problem. Because first you need the education. Not only that, first you need people who have a foundational education that is good enough. So that's step number one. Make sure that all women, all girls get the same level of education. Check. Done. That takes a few years though. From the first kid in school going up to the end of high school, that's over a decade of education right there. Time. Then you need to make sure that they have an interest in this program. Maybe you work on that side by side. Maybe it takes less time. Maybe it takes more time. I have no idea. It's going to be a trial and error system. You're not going to get it right the first time. So it takes time. The way not to do it is what the EU did. What's it called? Campaign. There was a campaign quite a few years back that was really, really, really cringy. And I can't find it now, it seems. Whatever. It's going to be trial and error. You're going to fail and you're going to learn from that failure what to do next. And the first attempt is probably going to be quite overt in their not appeal, but in their targeting of girls and women to go into STEM. And that's fine. It can't happen overnight. So then, a few years go by, a few more years go by. Sweden decided, you know what? I actually have to show you because this is actually quite unbelievable to me still. Who are you? Give me a second here. You one cunt. Doesn't seem to be a moron. He seems to be an educator, actually. He seems to be a principal even. Johan Kant. Actually, I mean, from my tertiary glance at him, yeah, he seems to be not horrible. But I can't go further than that yet. But he had a fascinating title to one of his blogs. Tommy Liu, whoa, what time is it for you? You're still streaming? It's 19, it's 7 p.m. here. I'm gonna go for an hour more probably, and then I'm off. Yeah, it's a long stream today. I'm feeling energized compared to last time I streamed. But yeah, I found this one relative ratings, grades, have the same mindset as fascism. Actually, quite interesting analogy there. And if I go, where is it? It's just there. Number 2. How did teachers in Bergamossen know how his class was in relation to other classes in Danderyd, Hammarkullen, blah, blah, blah. In home economics, handicraft, blah, 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 lack standardized test on national level. Is that it? Okay. This wasn't what I was looking for. Whatever. Previously, when you had phys ed, to get a certain grade, you had to run at a certain speed, you had to jump a certain height, you had to perform at a certain level in order to get that grade. Just as if you want a certain grade in English, if you want a certain grade in math, what's it called? History, you have religious studies, you have like any other type of class subject, you had to perform at a certain level. Now, Sweden looked at this. Oh, can I get that perhaps? And they went, our grades for girls are so low in phys ed that we have to change how we grade people there. Just there, nowhere else. Just there. Okay, I actually found what I was looking for earlier. Thank fucking God. Translate. Give it to me. The girls have surpassed boys in all... Oh, I can actually move myself down here again. I will try to show you a cat again. I will. Both cats. Lower credit scores. What? No, I can... Not credit scores, meritpoäng. Merit points. This is not credit, okay? Merit points, your final grade or whatever. Worst test results and more who leave 9th grade without high school qualifications. The boys are the losers of the school. This is shown by the teacher's extensive this paper. Extensive examination of the final grades of the 9th graders. That's okay, Tommy. Take care. School should be the same for everyone, regardless of where you live and who you are. But despite the education law's talk of equality and equal rights, regardless of gender, the difference between boys and girls results are large. Swedish Education Agency Director General Peter Fredriksson claimed in connection with the presentation of new grade statistics at the end of September that the difference between boys and girls results have decreased. But it's a truth with modification. We have reviewed the final grades of the subject in 9th grade, and they rather show that the difference in most subjects have increased. Since today's grading system were introduced in 2012-2013, the difference between boys and girls have increased in 17 of the 21 subjects that we reported on in the table next to this. You can see here the different grades. I'm not going to go over them. It's whatever. I think... Okay, let's just... this is how much better girls are than boys. And you can see here falling... How many percentage... How much difference in percentage there is between boys and girls, apparently. And then how many girls have top grades in all subjects compared to boys. You can see the difference in percentage here, where we have on the top we have arts and crafts, where the discrepancy is enormous. And then down here we have not track and field, physics ed, where the discrepancy is the lowest, but it's still there. On average, girls have 12% higher average score. Well, last spring the girls were the best in all subjects, even in the most traditional boys subjects, sports and health, where the boys and better grades for decades. In sports and health, the boys have the same average score as the girls. Interesting. 14.6, but the girls are sharpest. 7% more girls have top grade A in sports. The pattern recurs in every subject. The girls have better grade points average and skyrocketing more top grades, more than twice as many A's on average compared to the boys. We can just go down here a bit, see if... When the girls have higher grades in all subjects, it also means the boys fall behind in other heavy school statistics. The boys have lower merit value. What is meritvärde? Okay. Merit value. In 2020, the girls had... That's the total... I don't want to say grade, but the value of your grades, I guess. Had 234.2 in 16 subjects against the boys' 209.8. Although merit points have increased for both boys and girls since the merit value was launched in 1998, the difference between the sexes have increased somewhat. In 1998, girls have 11%, and now it's 12 compared to 12% in 2020. 15.7% of boys left primary school without eligibility. 13.7% of girls did the same. Like, this can sound like low, but you have to remember, in some schools, the discrepancy is up here and down here, and in other schools, it's more even. Okay? And in certain schools, some grades, boys perform better, I'm sure. But not many, not enough. Wait, did they actually say this? There is a social partial explanation that is that has to do with notions of masculinity and femininity. It's more important for boys to be the best. Those who may not make it fall deeper. Girls are not as grandiose, but they make an effort and do the best they can. Ever since the girls got equal access to higher education, in addition to primary school in 1927, they have had higher grades in certain subjects. Their ability to read and write was already higher then, and that is an important explanation. This equivalent school does not exist. equal. I'm guessing it should be. The school has become much more worse at its compensatory mission. Working class guys and immigrant guys run their highest risk of ending up in anti-cramming culture. Anti-study culture. They are therefore hit the hardest when the school becomes worse in compensatory terms. Working class girls and immigrant girls fare better. I mean. It is so bad that Swedish boys of Swedish parents tend to have worse grades in Swedish than immigrant girls. In general, that can happen, but it's a weird statistic, actually. It is a very weird statistic, if you ask me. Why would someone who is steeped in Swedish from day one, at home, in culture, in school, in everywhere, and the immigrant girl gets better grades? It doesn't make sense to me. I can't take that as whatever at face value. I need to have an analysis of why that has happened that explains the difference without it being the boy's fault. Because it's never the boy's fault. It's never the kid's fault that they're failing. It wasn't my fault that I didn't study. We just didn't know I had a condition that I needed help for. Okay? It wasn't my fault. I couldn't help myself. But anyone looking at me back then would have blamed me. Every boy, I'm sure. Not just in Sweden, but across the Western world, because this isn't a Swedish problem. This is a Western problem. Every boy can tell you a story of when they felt discriminated in school. I'm sure. Every boy has that moment, guaranteed, where they felt they weren't heard. Where they felt the task wasn't explained to them in a way they understood. Or the task was just meaningless. I don't know if it's cultural or if it's innate in some way. But I think of course it's a combination. Everything's a combination. But you should be hesitant to make statements of innate behavior when it comes to gender or race or anything like that, especially race. But women have or girls and women, but girls in this case have a tendency to be more pleasing in their demeanor towards authority. I remember when I was in high school, a female classmate of mine, told me that that's not what the teacher wants to hear. And I looked at her and I'm like, wait. We're supposed to think what the teacher wants to hear? That's what we're supposed... And it clicked to me that back then that... Ooh, that's kind of why I've had the treatment from teachers that I've had. I've never been conciliatory towards power. I've always challenged powers from a young age. And what is more powerful in a kid's life than the teacher? The parent, I guess, but I challenged them as well. I told my mother when I was 15 that it's her job to make sure that I become a good person. That if I never asked to be born, and therefore I have zero obligations towards her, none, absolutely none. If I disappear tomorrow and I never want to hear from her again, or I never want to hear from my dad again, that is my right. They have zero right to my life, to my personhood, none. And I told my parents this when I was 15, like, fuck off. If I don't like you, I don't have to. However, the parents have zero right to their own life, the kid comes first. Every time. Which is why I don't have kids. Because nobody's above me, okay? Fuck authority. The kid is not the authority of me. No. But I also told her, that doesn't mean that you should do whatever I say. I'm not the lord of you. I don't demand that everything I want should be handed to me by you. You need to prepare me to be an independent person from you so that I can make the choice not to have you in my life and then choose you in my life. But yeah, so it hit me when she said this, that, oh, that's what the girls are doing. Oh, okay, I get it now. When I was in 8th, 9th grade, somewhere there, we had a teacher who loved horses, and the girls knew this. What did they do? They talked horses with her. I was in the back raising my hand because I had a question about the things we were supposed to do, and I had to wait. 10, 20 minutes went by, and then I pipe up and I go, excuse me, because I just sat there. I had no idea what the fuck I was going to do. And I went, excuse me, can I get some help back here? And the teacher said, wait your turn. I'm like, bitch. I didn't say that, but I wish I had. Like, they were just buttering her up. Brown nosing her. So I've seen this, and did something pop up there? I thought something popped up. Whatever. I've seen, or I've read enough about, because the lower you go in education, the more female teachers there are. Partially due to men not having as much interest in kids as women, traditionally, historically, but partially also because of the pedo scare in the 90s. There was a every fucking man who worked in kindergartens or worked in lower education, like first grades, first to third grade or something like that, you know? Every motherfucking male teacher there was made suspicious. Why are you interested in kids? The women weren't made suspicious, but the men were. Every action they made were scrutinized. When a university in Lund in southern, quite prestigious university with a long history, deep history, when a teacher there, a professor there, wanted to set up a support group for men who were studying to become kindergarten teachers, you know, taking care of kids, he asked for grants from the government, and our minister of, I think it's this, it used to be the same minister at least, if it's even still there, of culture and equality, maybe it's named, whatever, something. They pushed back. They said this is patriarchy. They said this is bad. Now he wanted to set this up because he noticed that most men who enter this field, or the dropout rate of men were like 10 times higher than women because they didn't feel welcomed in that environment. So he wanted to rectify that. And he got pushback from the government to do it. When he did so. The point that I am taking the scenic route towards is that we need to allow for time. That's what I was getting at from the beginning. Time. Oh my God. Let me finish this point within a point, okay? The point within a point is we have made so much effort to help women in education that from top to bottom, we cater to girls and later on to women quite a lot, actually. We have implemented quotas where, and get this, I actually have to is it called gems? See, this is only in Swedish, unfortunately, so I can't. But I want to see the definition of tolkapoängen. Oh, thank you. Awesome. There was a statistic where I can feel my voice giving out now. There was a statistic where the more, like, it could be 60% equal. You could have 60% parity in equality. And it's like, okay, does that mean that 60, or that, like, how many women does that make up? That means 60% of the workforce are women. Like, is that, it's not 40% equality then? No, because they counted how many women. The baseline that they counted was how good is it for women. And that would... So you could have 100% equality, which means all women. So we've done a whole heap of shit to help women. With good intentions. With very good intentions, and I'm most of the things we did. If I'm looking at them, I'm probably gonna agree with what we did there. Most of them, the vast majority even. But there are key things that have ripple effects, and most of them, it seems, are in school, or most of the things that I've noticed, at least, are in school. Because what happens when boys enter school and they draw a gun and they draw like a battlefield and they use a pen instead of like colors, and because that's also a thing. Girls are better at using colors, and when they draw more happy things. They draw a house, they draw animals, they draw flowers and what have you. Boys will use a pencil. And they will draw guns, and they will draw battlefields, and they will draw soldiers, and what have you. If this is innate or if it's part of socialization, doesn't matter. But when the teacher is all women, and they value color, which of course, sure, but they find it disturbing, perhaps, that they're drawing these things. And then the teacher might go, why don't you look at what Lisa is doing over there? Look at all the colors and the happy animals she's drawing. How does that make the kid feel? I'm not welcome here. There is a problem in school where they place a girl next to two boys to calm them down, separate them with a girl and stuff like that. That is a problem for the girl, sure. But it's also a problem for the boys. Because what message are you sending to the boys? Again, she behaves the way I want to. you're not welcome here. If you're going to behave this way, you're not welcome here. Why would boys even care about school if they're not welcome in the first place? If they don't have people early on that they could look at and go, I could see myself like that. That's a role model I can model myself after. Why? Of course they won't. We have designed, unintentionally by the way, a system where boys don't feel welcome in school. Where the things that boys excel at, physics, physical ed, you now have a relative measuring of the grades. So it doesn't matter if you can run 10 times faster than the girls, or 10 times longer, or jump higher, or whatever. You can be the best at every fucking sport that you do. You can be the best at every measurement you make, and you might still just get a passing grade. That's the reality. Because now they take measurements the first year, and then they track you along, and you go, oh, you haven't progressed. But I was already great. What progression? In that kind of system, Tiger Woods wouldn't get a passing grade in golf. Or he would get a passing grade probably, but not more than that. But we don't do the same for language. We don't do the same for math. We don't do the same for social studies, history, religion, whatever. There's no relative measurement there. No, you have to prove that you have the information. And girls excel at those subjects quite a lot. But this wasn't enough. Again, okay, that's the point within the point. I don't know if I'm gonna do a video on this, but whatever. The overarching point that I'm making is it takes time to build success, to build change in society towards a positive outcome. Parity. Not parity necessarily, but equality. You want to be able to say, we've done it, we've managed, fuck you, I'm going home. 10 out of 10 would do again, okay? You want to be able to say that. Especially as a politician. But you can't. You can never do that, actually. There are very few things you can do that in. Societal change is not one of them. But if you discriminate, if you implement things that discriminate against another group, all of a sudden, you have success. All of a sudden, you see change. We live longer. We live longer than we've ever done in history. Meaning that the people in power stay in power longer than at any time in history. Look at the American Congress. The median age has just gone straight up. Why? Because we can manage longer. You're no longer frail necessarily when you're 60 or 70, because that was quite more common back then. You had you smoked too much. You had too much gasoline. You had You know, stuff like that. They weren't medicine that could help you stave that off. You had a bad heart, meant you couldn't breathe, meant you had to, like, you know, you couldn't keep up. We can keep up longer, meaning you cling to power longer. And the same goes for the boards of corporations. So when we started to implement all these changes, and the feminists went, why don't we see the changes in the corporate boards? So what did they do? At least in Norway, I don't know if we did this in Sweden, they implemented mandatory minimum women in boards. What did this mean in practicality? Because you can't just take anyone, and they don't want to take anyone. Like, they want to take someone from their in-group as much as possible. So who does becomes the female on the board? The same person as on every fucking other board. That was the result. There was a few women whose only job was to go from board to board to board to board to board to board to give the illusion of equality. That's not equality to me. Not even close to equality. If we don't allow for time as a factor when we try to make societal changes, because the old curmudgeons just have to die before we can implement change, okay? At some point, you just have to say, you know, we just have to wait for the oldest generation to die before change can happen. If you don't allow for that, you're going to fall into the trap that nothing changes. That doesn't change fast enough for you. It is defeatist, and it leads to the kinds of things we're seeing in school, where boys are trailing behind quite a lot, which leads to them feeling unwanted by society, which leads to boys feeling not just unwanted, but on the sidelines of society. Because at the same time as we wanted to change, we wanted to make sure that women had an easier time, not an easier time, had more equality in education. Wait, where was I going with this? I completely dropped the thread. Parity, equality. I can't remember. Oh, right. That's where I'm going with this. What I predict will happen, not just with salaries, with a gender gap in salaries, not just with the boards, not just with higher education as we're already seeing. I'm just going to make sure of that. So we have like men are blue and women are red, and these are all different types of educations. All the way down here you have what would you call that? Apprentice. This is a kind of an apprentice school. You learn for a specific job. It could be bus driver. It could be actually programmer. Actually, even. I have no idea what this is. Horton examina. And And they are officers, sea captains and sea officers and stuff like that. And all the way up here, you have social workers. I have no hippolog. I have no idea. What's it called when they help you with birth? Maids. Midwife. That's the name. Midwives and stuff like that. But you can see, just looking at this graph, you can see how much more red it is than blue. So women are taking doctoring and getting their examinations. 64%, it says here, are women. In doctoring, in doctoral education, we can still see more men than women, it seems. That's still like... Can we get a percentage? There doesn't seem to be a percentage. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You know what? 1,552 women and 1,525 men. Pretty even. Though still some discrepancy there. But still. Higher education. Women are far, far, far exceeding men in education at this moment. The moment... Let me make a time prediction. 10 years? Is that too early? 20. Let's say 20 to 30 years. Unless we do something to rectify... No, even if we do something. Again, time. We're going to see in 20 to 30 years, if not sooner, depending on world events, women outperforming men on everything. And we haven't changed one very, very important thing here. Women still go after high value men. Right? I'm not saying that men go after low value women, but I think it's fairly more common for low educated women to not be romantically discriminated against than it is for low value men to not be romantically discriminated against. So not only are men, I won't say removed, but discriminated against in education system, we're gonna see, or we are seeing actually, I know in America, like high value jobs go to women more often now than it goes to men. We're seeing in romantic relationships, men being lonely. And then people wonder, why is fascism on the rise? Why not? Of course it's gonna be. What option have you given men that means they won't turn towards violence? Because that's the only place they can have value, it seems, for them. That's how they perceive it. I don't believe that. But that's how they perceive it. I know this was rambly, but I do think it's important to be aware of these things and not close your eyes to it. How do we fix this? That's like, I can go on for another 5 hours, I guess. But without accounting for time as a factor, we are dismissing the issues that leads to bad outcome. No, that's missing issues. By not accounting for time as a factor before we assume the changes we've made aren't enough, and implement more and more and more and more and more changes, we need to take a step back, look at it, and draw conclusions based on the time that has passed. Oh, it's been 1 year. Okay, can we evaluate grade 1 and see how did this go for women, boys versus girls? Okay, didn't go perfect. How can we change this? Or was the implementation probably not perfect? Can we change the implementation of this perhaps? And work that way rather than everything. Now, okay, I'm gonna grab a cat, maybe 2. And then I'm off. Okay, I have a snack for him. Can we lower the camera, perhaps? Here you go. Do you want this? No? No, he doesn't want it. I'm sorry. But here's one cat. Oh, you're stuck in my shirt. Can you stop being stuck in shirts, please? Constantly being stuck in shirts. Now I'm getting the other cat. Okay, here you go. And here's the other cat. She's a bit calmer. None of them really like being held too much. But there they are. Okay. I'm off. I might stream tomorrow. Might. I'm not going to promise anything here. But if I do, I'll see you then. Otherwise, I'll probably see you on Monday, okay? Thank you for being here. Take care. I love you all. Bye-bye.